Good morning. All right. Morning, Robert. Morning, kid. All right, so gamma, we know that 42, 44, 44.20, 44.20. Presently, futures are trading 44.32. So we're testing the support levels this morning. A loss of the 21-day, obviously, we'd be looking for another test of the 50-day. All right.
Echo Hotel, Ehang releases video of Yinfu production facility in operation. That's Echo Hotel spiking here, 2508. That's Echo Hotel.
In addition, I'm watching the volatility of VIX, so-called VIVIX, VVIX. These previous spikes, these run-ups into these spikes and reversals noted. We're watching VIVIX now with VIX trading, let's see, it's trading 1829. So we're looking for volatility to pick up. The oscillations that we're seeing in the S&P 500 this morning are likely due to VIX expiration. All right, so futures are bouncing around this morning. We got VIX expiring today, the Wednesday option expiring. And VIX had moved a bit higher yesterday, almost testing 20 before reversing. Some other things to consider. Many of you were looking at breadth yesterday. Talking about breadth, I was looking at all of the stocks that trade on the New York Stock Exchange, noticing that the S&P is continuing to climb, and the breadth rolled over pretty hard yesterday. It was pushing higher going into the close on Tuesday, and then Wednesday we rolled over a bit. So this is, we need to pay attention to breadth a little bit more closely. This was looking a lot better going into Monday's close. So that's something I'll be paying attention to very closely. All right. We've got 10 minutes to go for the opening bell. VIX is up 2% before the bell, trading 1829. Put call ratio, we're in the neutral zone, still trending, no extremes on put call. Yesterday we were looking at gamma, the 4450 area. If we lost the 4450 area, we'd be looking at 4400, 4450, 4425, and then 4400. And then you can see the option volume. Gamma trails off pretty significantly below that. we've got FOMC today, so we're not expecting big moves, even though VIX is climbing a bit at the moment. All right, the 10-year yield. Many are projecting that the Fed will start outlining how they're going to start tapering. There is some risk that they'll start tapering by the end of the year. I think the market's already priced that in, but we're watching the 10-year yield inside of a range here between, say, 14 and 11, just bouncing around in here for now. Don't know if this is going to start to move higher. We need this to move higher if you're trading the banks. I'd like to see that moving higher. Lately, they pulled back to support. We've got 8 minutes to go before the opening bell. All right. All right, sector-wise, IBB bounced off of the 50-day, right around that area near the 50-day. What's Moderna doing? Moderna, mRNA, pre-market, 7 minutes to go for the opening bell. We're up $1.39. IBB is up 44 cents. FANG stocks are mixed at the moment. We've got Netflix and Amazon up modestly. Netflix is up. Let's see. NVIDIA was looking good pre-market. NVIDIA is up 52 cents. Apple is off 30 cents. It's above that key 150 area, trying to push higher. AMD is flat. Tesla had been moving higher earlier. Tesla's trading 665. All right, so sector-wise, we've got healthcare, utilities, staples. These three are defensive. All three of them are moving higher. Consumer discretionary had gapped down below the 50-day. Target reported earnings this morning. Target had reported earnings this morning.
In early August, in response to Delta variant, we reinstated mask requirements.
All right. Healthcare stocks, medical devices, pharmaceuticals were all leading yesterday. All right, Abbott Labs, most of these are bullish.
That's Lima Oscar Whiskey.
Bitcoin and blockchain stocks are sort of flat. What's Bitcoin look like? Bitcoin is had pulled back overnight from that 48,000. Is currently trading 45,445. All right, VIX is climbing a bit. So first 15 minutes of the day, I don't do much of anything. 15, 20 minutes. Take profits off the table where applicable. VIX is pushing higher. So we've got Wednesday expiration. We got Wednesday expiration today. A lot of the volatility due to VIX expiration. All right. Yeah, Mikey's saying the same thing. 4,500 level for the S&P is a key level. Didn't see a lot of change, so that's still resistance. A loss of this 44.25 zone would lead to a quick move, most likely towards 50, so the 50-day. So I was hoping for VIX to get a little bit lower. Maybe after this expiration, we can get a better read on it. Maybe buy a little bit more protection. You could also look at SPXU. If things start to unwind, SPXU still deteriorating. Let's see, TLT had bounced. It's still flagging, TLT. Gold, looking at hedges, potential hedges. Gold would likely pop if we lost that 21-day S&P. US dollar is starting to rally, so that's going to put commodities under pressure, US dollar. So let's see what UUP looks like. UUP this morning is flat. All right, we got a couple of minutes to go for the opening bell. SPY's pulling back a bit. Looking for an opportunity. Wait till about 10, 10:15, 10:30 for a read on the S&P and the VIX. Steady as she goes. Looking for, all right, the FANG stocks to hold up here. Facebook, that's off $2 pre-market. Trading 356. Back towards the lows that we saw yesterday. Facebook, we're looking forward to.
U.S. market open. 1 minute.
All right, 1 minute to go. Facebook. All right, Facebook. Could test the 50-day. We're looking for a push higher, Facebook. Tesla's up $3.80. And SPY futures fading down to the low. 44.31. 44.31. Tick cumulative had started to turn, so it looked like institutions were buying the dip. Seconds to go for the open. Good luck, folks. Good luck. Morning, Ken, Brian, Katrina. Okay, you guys are watching Wendy's. All right, watching the futures. Futures pulling back here. All right, starting to bounce. Wendy's. Flat price action, excluding this little pop and fade. Flat since about April, Wendy's. All right, FANG stocks. Let's see, profit taking. Tesla's up 6. Tesla's on the move. Tesla has been doing this recently. Okay, you see these moves? All right, we move up to the highs and we fail for a few days, come down to the 50-day. Move up to the highs, fail for a few days, back to the 50-day. Moves back up to the highs, fails for a few days, back to the 50-day. Will that repeat? Will we see a follow through? That's what I'm anticipating on Tesla. Tesla looking for a bounce off the 50-day, buyers to step up. Tesla.
Fulfilling job openings. Tango Golf Tango.
All right, so it's bouncing at the 50-day. Let's see if this follows through with Tesla. Tesla. All right, keep an eye on it. Looking for VIX to roll over. Looking for VIX to roll over. All right. A lot of the volatility in the futures this morning were due to VIX expiration this morning pre-market.
S&P 500 down 0.3% after the open. Dow Jones Industrial Average down 0.4%. Nasdaq Composite down 0.1% after the open.
All right, so give it a few minutes. Give it a few minutes for the markets to settle down. This is Tesla. Tesla. All right, futures bouncing around in this area. We need to hold this area and push. Not expecting a lot of movement today. All right, VIX still pushing higher. VIX still pushing higher. Moderna, we're looking for a follow through on the bounce. Moderna. Okay, fading a little bit. Edit yesterday was one that we were looking at. Edit, trying to push off this level. Edit looked good on the daily chart. All right, right now I'm just scanning through the markets as we're waiting for the futures. 15, 20 minutes. Chewy, bouncing off the 9 EMA after a little pullback. Chewy. DraftKings. There was some conversation this morning. What was DraftKings? Baltimore Ravens named DraftKings official daily fantasy sports betting and free-to-play partner.
Sponsored clinical trial prevalence of liver disease in patients dependent on parenteral nutrition. Study is not yet recruiting. That's Tango Alpha Romeo Alpha.
DraftKings on the move. DKNG. Had pulled back a couple of days. All right. Canada.
PFE, Pfizer sponsored study.
All right, we got FOMC today.
Low risk adult participants with COVID-19. Posted to clinical trials website. Study is not yet recruiting. That's Papa Foxtrot Echo.
All right, looking for a bounce. Looking for a bounce. Futures, looking for VIX to roll over here. are looking for the S&P to bounce. Buyers to step up. VIX, watching VIX. AMD is off a little bit more today. Kept looking at AMD like we could see a test of that 21-day just sitting here. Berkshire's off at 40 cents. BRKB, we're looking for that to bounce and head for 292.50. GLBE was active yesterday. Globe E online. Sellers came in back to the 921 day looking for a follow through. Home Depot, Lowe's had a nice, I believe Lowe's had a pretty nice report, right? LOW. Lowe's, what's Home Depot look like? Home Depot? Yeah, Home Depot looks good. It's at the 50-day. I think that the comments were that Home Depot wasn't growing as much as it was last year because there was, I don't know, some correlation with home repairs and remodeling and stuff related to people staying home with COVID, staying away, lockdowns, whatever, they were spending their time. And those sales reflected this week were lower than they were during the same time period a year ago. I don't know. These look good. They've been on a nice run. Watch Home Depot for a potential trade here. All right, spying the cues. Looking for VIX to roll over. All right, keeping an eye on Tesla. Tesla's still going. All right, Etsy. I see guys talking about Etsy. All right, looking a little better. Etsy looked good to start the week. This looks really good. I like it. I like it, Mike. Etsy, I like it to spring off of this level and head towards 211. Globe E Online, GLBE. GLBE starting to go now. GLBE. Globe E Online, watch it here. It's starting to move. Tesla's up 11 now. Tesla's still going. All right, SPY's starting to work a little bit better. Let's look at VIX. We need to see VIX roll over. Okay, the first half an hour or so, just watching the markets. Looking for a lower high with VIX. Continue to move lower. All right, SPY's starting to rise now. Looking for VIX to roll over. Watching VIX. VIX. VIX with a lower high. Chewy. Chewy looks good. Chewy. All right, coming back. All right, that's why I don't like to do much in the first 15, 20 minutes. looks good and then it pulls back. Let's see what Apple looks like. Apple flat. Remember, Apple has a iPhone 13 release scheduled for, and a conference scheduled for September 14th. Tesla. Tesla flagging. Tesla. All right, the little fade here on Tesla. AMD fading a bit more. There goes SPY. All right, VIX rolls over here. Watch VIX. VIX rolls over. SPY should continue higher. All right, VIX is starting to roll over. We need this to drop off and take out yesterday's closing low. Netflix at the highs. Netflix. All right, yesterday I did note while I'm watching the VIX right here, just yesterday I did note, or this morning anyway, that we had fewer new highs. We were below the zero line. All right, so we're watching this, monitoring it for reversal and move higher. A lot of this has to do with VIX expiration. People concerned about China. You know, with the comments recently from the Taliban, that they'll let Americans through to the airport, that they won't do all the things that everybody's saying that they would do, atrocities, aren't happening per se. I don't know a whole lot on the issue. All I just know is what Bloomberg keeps reporting. So it could have been a lot worse. It could still be. That's the risk going into OPEX this Friday. You got the Fed today, FOMC. I really doubt that Powell's going to raise rates until the end of the year. That's the projected time frame that they might do it at the end of the year, at least a quarter. He might talk about that today. There was the issue that some were talking about risks related to, because of the Biden administration lack of leadership, that China might try to do something with Taiwan. Again, that's like, speculation. But it's probably not a bad, and y'all had Palantir buying gold bars yesterday, which was kind of unusual for any kind of black swan event. VIX is still rolling over. Watching new highs, new lows. We got 38 new highs. We got a bounce. It's a little too early to really gauge this, but I just want to keep an eye on it. So there's a lot of risk out there that's maybe not priced in. So something you have to be aware of. I personally am taking, fewer and fewer positions for swings. I'm trying to take a lot more things off the table. Keep an eye on the markets for opportunities right now. Netflix is continuing higher. Tesla is up 744, so that faded a little bit. Berkshire, I could see quality there. What's Walmart doing? Walmart's been doing well lately. Walmart. Target had earnings. Lowe's had earnings. Okay, so Target looks pretty good. Target's been on a move since the beginning of the year. Just continues this nice trend. So I don't know. I'd like to see a base before I do anything with Target. Dollar General and the other names, those pull back 5 below. The consumer discretionary stocks got a little ahead of itself. What started off the week strong was real estate and transports. Transports in particular. Let's see if transports are still doing what they should be. All right, transports came back to the 50-day. So this is looking really good for transports. All right, the stocks that looked the best were rails and truckers, JBHT, UPS, FedEx, transports.
WHO's chief scientist says data does not indicate that COVID-19 booster shots are needed.
All right, SPY and VIX dancing around right now. All right, VIX could spike. I'm watching that.
BRPX halted on a circuit breaker. Verpax Pharmaceuticals, Victor Romeo Papa X-ray, MDGH, MDJM halted on a circuit breaker.
Lowe's doing well. Lowe's. Okay, big move on Lowe's. I would probably buy Home Depot, which is at the 50-day, most likely continues higher. Home Depot. Home Depot. All right, it's fading a little bit right now, so I would wait. See if we can't get a follow through on Home Depot.
NAYS halted on a circuit breaker. Michael Alpha Yankee Sandy, JW Mays.
Home Depot. All right, SPY in the queues sitting here, so I'm trying to wait until after 10 o'clock. See if these continue higher. Let's take a look at let's take a look. VIX trying to bounce here. All right, so Tilray, I saw a analyst or someone talking about how the cannabis industry is strong. Well, it doesn't really show up in the stock, so I don't know what he's talking about. Kronos, these are all in downtrends. These look ugly. Ugly. I wouldn't trade these. There's no way. Wendy's looking for a follow through. Wendy's is trading 1.4 R-vol gapping up a little bit. All right, watch for a fade, better entry. Viacom, trying to get some kind of movement in Viacom. Viacom bouncing. Corning, GLW. All right, flat, looking for a bounce. These are all stocks with high relative volume. Okay, could be in play today. Lowe's certainly is in play. Lowe's still going. All right, so a big flat base. Look at the weekly time frame. All right, so weekly you could see 207, 210 maybe on lows in the short term.
VSCO, Victoria's Secret
I wouldn't chase it up here. I'd look for a little dip.
activity in the weekly 85
Dollar General.
Victor Sandy Charlie Oscar.
Dollar General looks really nice here. Dollar General's probably going to bounce. Keep an eye on Dollar General. I see Rob is in Dollar General. All right, a little fade here. Watching for a little fade for an entry. ZIM, ZIM integrated, showing really nice volume. It is FOMC, so I'm trying to contain myself. I don't want to go charging into things, into the fray just yet. SPY's starting to look a little bit better. ZIM integrated shipping services looking very strong. Wow, that looks really good. ZIM is trading 7 times normal volume. ZIM, ZIM. Let me do a little bit more research on this real quick. ZIM. ZIM, ZIM, ZIM. Okay, the daily has been on a buy signal. 30-minute is on a sell signal, so is the 5-minute. So I'm waiting on this one. But it's showing high relative volume. Look at the volume here on the daily. That shows institutions been picking up shares. You think they only want 6 points from 42 up to 48? Is that all they want? Look for a little fade. Looks like a little cup and handle pattern. ZIM.
VRPX and MDJH both resumed trading. Victor Romeo Papa X-ray Michael Delta Juliet Hotel.
Okay, there goes SPY. VIX rolling over more. VIX is rolling over more. Okay, remember VIX expiring today. VIX Wednesday expiration. ZIM pulling back a little bit. The Bitcoin related names, not much yet. Tesla's up 16. Tesla breaking out. Tesla breaking out. Pfizer. We're watching Pfizer. SPY continuation. SPY continuation. Futures zipping higher. All right, so far, All right, there's a lot of short vol.
MDJH halted again on
There was a
a
lot of short vol coming into this week.
Michael Delta Juliet Hotel.
We had a lot of delta risk on Monday, and that was one of the reasons why we saw SPY rally as much as it did
$17.
on Monday after it passed through VWAP.
32%.
VIX. Anyway, so that's something to keep an eye on. We had this big fade on Monday, which led to the markets rallying higher very quickly. And they had a lot of traders were long delta
Again at the high, $6.17.
and short vol. That's changed a lot as of today because VIX expired. So what this all means is keep an eye on VIX very closely, looking for SPY. SPY's still going.
Circuit breaker.
SPY's doing very well so far.
Shares on the way down now. $7.41 at a high of $8.87. Now up 116%. That's Papa Michael Charlie Bravo. APT, Alpha Protec shares spiking to the highs. $8.48.
Alpha Protec on the move. APT up 30 cents, 2.7% APT. Berkshire Hathaway looking for a follow through in Berkshire. Berkshire Hathaway looking for a bounce back up to recent highs. Berkshire. Okay, so what this looks like is a cup and handle pattern. All right, starting to find buyers at the 9 EMA. Cup and handle forming a break above 292. You'd look at about a 20-point move or 320 as a target. Cup and handle. Berkshire. Handle still forming. Berkshire, BRKB, BRKB, BRK.
SGOC halted on a circuit breaker. Sandy Golf Oscar Charlie. Stoco Group, $4.98, spiking.
Berkshire watching.
It's 10 o'clock. ALLY, Ally celebrates Black Business Month by investing $30 million.
All right, Berkshire with nice earnings.
Founders, businesses, and communities.
Berkshire with nice earnings, looking good. Looking for that cup and handle to work out. It's taking a little bit of patience. Patience required, but doing quite well. All right, SPY at the highs. All right, if you bought any SPY calls early, maybe take a little profits off into strength. All right, if you bought any SPY calls early, if you still have some of the 444s from yesterday, maybe take some off.
Coming into shares of Urban One, UONE, Urban One, Uniform Oscar November Echo.
Berkshire.
Small popped in shares of Carver Bancorp, Charlie Alpha Romeo Victor. MDJH shares resumed trading, Michael Delta Juliet Hotel.
Or Berkshire need to start lifting, but looking for a follow through.
Michael Delta Juliet Hotel.
Looks good. Berkshire. All right, VIX. Keep an eye on the VIX. Trying to bounce here. If it drops off some more, maybe you can roll those calls to Friday.
52% on MDJH, Michael Delta Juliet Hotel. EMCB resuming trade now, Papa Michael Charlie Bravo.
All right, consider rolling some of those calls to Friday if this keeps up. Berkshire starting to move. Berkshire starting to move. All right, there goes Berkshire. Berkshire on the move. Berkshire's on the move here, folks. Watch Berkshire. Berkshire's ripping higher. Berkshire's on the move. All right, SPY. Watching VIX very closely. Needs to keep dropping off. NVIDIA. NVIDIA watching. After the close, right? NVIDIA earnings after the close? I believe after the close today. Tesla's still going. Tesla looking good. Tesla flag. Tesla. I think NVIDIA is going to surprise everybody. Tesla. NVIDIA, rather. Did I say Tesla? NVIDIA. All right, VIX looking like it might bounce here. I'll take some profits off SPY if you carried some over. Apple looking for a move towards 152 in the short term. Apple had a lot of volume.
Resuming trade Juliet Hotel. Shares off the highs now, pulling back 657, and looks like it was halted again. Another circuit breaker on MDJH. Again, volume still increasing on Michael Delta Juliet Hotel.
GLBE looking for a push higher. Globe E online. Nail, after getting nailed yesterday, the builders, NAHB, talking about whatever they talked about yesterday, reflected in price as it pulled back, nail, but it's still in a bullish pattern. Here's the thing with construction. If this isn't already obvious, or is obvious, I'm sorry, but most construction starts in springtime, especially up in the Northeast when you got spring thaws. Down south and more temperate climates, different story, a little bit different, but the majority of construction happens, the beginning of the year, February, March, and that's the bulk of it. That's when it all starts, and then it starts to taper off towards the end of the year. A lot of the construction projects start to be completed, and then it starts all over again the next fall. So the fact that we had a little pullback, copper had been a concern. Copper pulling back. So this is a leading economic indicator. All right, so copper pulling back, this has to bounce. We need to see that bounce. One of the reasons why it's pulling back is because the U.S. dollar has been strong. All right, U.S. dollar has been strong. So that's putting pressure on commodities. Plus, you've got a lot of analysts talking about economies are starting to slow, showing signs of slowing. It is what it is. So I'm watching Nail, I'm watching the construction and builders group for a bounce. All right, so these are in bullish. They're in the bullish side of these patterns. This is the bearish side over here. The markdown, you got the base, and then you get the follow through. Not every day, not every stock's going to continue unabated. Sometimes they're going to pull back, but the trend is up for now. All right, if it takes out the 50-day, I'd probably be less interested in Toll. Beazer Homes was dragging its feet, but it was trying to push higher. Beazer's making higher lows. You've got Darden, DHI, Darden Homes, looking for a bounce. LGIH. All right, so we'll come back and look at these, but Nail is moving higher. So the buyers are coming into Nail. I know Frank is in this one. I have shares in Nail. All right, so NVIDIA, let's see what they have on deck for NVIDIA. NVIDIA. All right, so the whisper number for NVIDIA, earnings grew 83%. Earnings grew so far this year 83% year over year. In the last quarter, when NVIDIA reported May 26th. All right, so we're sitting right on the 50-day. So either this bounces and breaks higher or it takes out the 50-day. So we're sitting right on the 50-day. We're not really trading to perfection per se. We're not at the highs. We're not, trending. Speaking of trending, what's Microsoft doing? Microsoft continuation. All right, that looks really good. Apple, looking for it to push higher. Okay, it's in the top of this pattern, sitting on top of the 150 zone, looking for a push higher. SPY looks like it wants to go some more. VIX is still dropping off. So far, so good. Okay, so yesterday, Prism and a few other people were talking about breadth. And, I said, nah, the 50-day, the stock's moving above the 50-day, continue to see that trend persist, which is true. But there's some other things that I didn't look at that I want to pay attention to, like the cumulative volume on the S&P. Some of the other indicators, I want to see those turn back up. So yesterday was a pretty interesting day. Let's take a look at the breakdown of the S&P 1500. The S&P 1500 is still pushing higher. Watching SPY pushing higher. All right, we're not anywhere close to a breakdown below the zero line, okay? So this is all green. We're still in the upper half of the Bollinger Bands. Looking at the breadth of these 1500 stocks is helpful. Okay, we can see they all have pulled back yesterday. This will update end of day. There goes SPY. SPY is going. SPY is going. There goes SPY breaking out. Good job. A lot of the strength or the choppiness pre-market had to do with VIX expiration. So now that VIX has continued to drop off, so what is that telling us? What is that telling us? We got VIX expiration pre-market this morning. You got the Fed today. You got VIX dropping off. It doesn't look like they're too worried about the Fed at this point.
Mexico's health regulator authorizing emergency use of Moderna COVID-19 vaccine. That's Michael Romeo November Alpha. Shares of Moderna at 390.44 now, down about 2.75% for the day. That's Michael Romeo November Alpha.
All right, so the other thing I was looking at was NYSE. So I didn't check this yesterday before I blurted out that maybe breadth is looking better. Here's the thing. This was driving higher highs and higher lows until yesterday, and then it's turned down sharply. So that was a bit of a concern. I think it has more to do with the China potentially news with Taiwan. You had the Taliban. They were thinking about atrocities. Taliban got quickly in front of the news media and said, no, there's not going to be any atrocities. Americans can leave. We'll let them leave. And there's no going to be any kind of retribution towards people who helped the U.S. And at least that's what they're saying. So the point is that the fear that was in there is dropping off in VIX. And this move lower in breadth, I'm thinking it could be short, temporary. It could pounce and push a bit higher. So the bottom line is that we're in an area where we could quickly drop off, or we could continue to hold this level. So the level that we want to pay attention, very close attention to, is 42.50. 42.50. If we drop below 42.50, 44.25. I'm misstating. Sorry, I'm thinking. Don't worry about it. The point is that below 44.25 is where I'd start getting concerned. All right, we briefly dipped down there yesterday and we bounced. We're right along 44.20. So anything below 44.20, I'd start hedging. Okay, I'd be doing what Russell was saying he was doing this morning. He was buying puts. I won't do that until we lose 44.20. SPX. 4420 is a line in the sand. That's the line in the sand. It's a very simple strategy. You know, for those of you you're like confused about everything that I'm saying, you know, maybe VIX is doing this and volatility expired and all this other crap. You know, just keep it above 4420 and I'll stay long, or at least buy the dips. All right. If we get below 4420, then I'll start getting more neutral to considering puts and protection on any bounce that fails. All right. So as long as we stay up here above these levels, if we can get above 4450, which we just traded above 4450. All right, so 4420, line in the sand. Get below that, you want to be thinking protection. All right, and that includes my IRAs and 401ks. So if, let's say, for example, we started to close below 4420, I'd be considering maybe adjusting my exposure, me personally, and the 6 accounts that I manage, my wife, myself, the business, my kids, and my trading account. I'd be thinking more of, that's 6 accounts that I'm managing. I would be thinking about hedging more, you know, whether it would be SPXU, which is kind of a wasting asset. I don't really like trading this, except when we get a clear trend change, or UVXY. Okay, all of these things I'd be interested in. Okay, UVXY is starting to tick higher. You see that? All right, better than what I'm seeing on SPXU. So this is starting to look for volatility. Now the time to look for volatility is not after, the protection is not after it happens, but as it starts to approach and looks like we're going to drop more, or we're threatening. If we keep threatening the 21 day, for example, yesterday we came down and touched the 20 SMA. This is the 21 EMA. All right, you can see the 20 SMA. All right, so the way the EMA is following along here, you can see the 20 SMA, the dotted line, and the red line, that's 21 EMA. I just like to use the 21 EMA. Point is that we tested it yesterday. We found buyers, but I'm still not convinced. I'm still not convinced we can hold this up here. So 4420, 4420 is my line in the sand. If we lose that, if we lose 4420, excuse me. Coffee went down the wrong way. NVIDIA. Okay, I'll talk about NVIDIA. Hold on a second. NVIDIA's got a lot of things going for it. The thing about NVIDIA, which is a little different, it's not just a chip stock company. It has a programming language that artificial intelligence needs to use. Similar to Qualcomm, in that if you manufacture a cell phone, you got to talk to Qualcomm. NVIDIA, same thing. They're no longer just a chip company, right? A graphics chipset. They have the language used for AI, right? That everybody has to use. At least that's my understanding. I might not be completely accurate. Do a little Google search and research it yourself.
Inventories a draw of 1.055 million. Distillates a build of 275,000, and gasoline inventories a draw of 1.671 million expected. That's coming up at 10:30 a.m. Eastern time.
All right, so VIX is here. This is the low that we were looking for to test from yesterday's low. All right, yesterday's low is right here. All right, so we wanted to come down and test that low and see what happens. Here's yesterday's closing low.
Whiskey India Tango, the March $18 call sweep now on Whiskey India. Sorry, the March $10 call sweep now on Whiskey India Tango. Shares getting a pump here.
All right, so watch the steel stocks. These had taken a little breather. Steel stocks like Steel Dynamics, like it. STLD, CLF, TX, TMST, New Core, US Steel. All right, watch these. These are all starting to bounce. All right, they're going. All right, Cleveland Cliff. Cleveland Cliff, nice bounce. Cleveland Cliff.
Again, that activity in the March $10 call sweep.
All right, CLF looks like it could break out above 25. 25 call, or maybe give yourself a little time. Let's see the 25. That looks good. Cleveland Cliff for September. All right, I bought some September calls. All right, I bought the September 25 call. We're very near the money there. All the steel stocks looking good. CLF, X, STLD, New Core, TMST, TX. Moving as a group, take your pick. Stops at the low of the day. All right, these all look good. Cleveland Cliff. All right. VIX continues to drop off. All right, DraftKings following through, adding Baltimore Ravens as a trusted partner for fantasy football and other venues. All right, Tesla continues to ramp higher. Tesla off the 50-day. How many times has Tesla done this? 3 times. Every single time. Actually, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And every single time we come to the 50-day, which is turned with all the other moving averages starting to move upward and to the right. Some fluctuations, but generally it's moving upward and to the right, not downward and to the right. Price action spending most of its time over the last 7 weeks above the 50-day, and a good majority of the time above the 9 and 21-day. RSI is moving back above 50. So this looks good. Stochastics and MACD should turn as a function of price. I'd like to see a follow-through day tomorrow, so we have more time. We got Thursday and Friday. So can we get back up to the highs? A lot of people probably got short. I know that fund that is short ARC, hopefully they took some profits. Looks like that's what they did. Took some profits down here. Maybe we got a 3-candle reversal. This is a Morningstar Doji pattern, which could, if it turns out to be a very bullish day, would be a perfect, almost a perfect Morningstar Doji. That's when you got a low, a lower low, Doji, nobody wins. Bulls and bears look at each other across the table and say, you know what? Hands in the air, I don't know. Shrug. What follows is the confirmation. You need to see that bullish day. So ARC K, ARC G, looking for these to all do the same thing. Below the 921 and 50-day, I'm more bearish than bullish, so I'd be watching these very closely. Tesla, though, looks very good. Tesla looks good. Tesla, it's considering Tesla, Workhorse was a big mover this morning into the close yesterday. All right, pulling back now. That was something we posted, around noon. So you had an opportunity into the close. Short-term trade. Tesla still looks really good. VIX is at the lows. Let's see what the Qs look like here. Q. Qs at the highs. IWM. All right, so I don't know which one I like better, Qs or IWM. IWM a little bit better. SPY and the Qs pulling back a little bit. Keep an eye on VIX. VIX is trying to hold yesterday's closing low. All right, the stocks, the semiconductors are starting to bounce. You got NVIDIA tonight.
New York Times reporting restaurants are suing New York City Mayor de Blasio over the vaccine mandate.
NVIDIA flat.
Coming up in 1 minute, crude inventories a draw of 1.055 million expected. Distillates a build of 275,000. Gasoline inventories a draw of 1.671 million expected at 10:30 a.m. Eastern Time.
All right, Roku's off another $8 today. Roku just can't get out of its own way. It looks like it's basing near the 200-day. Roku. All right, so looks like it's basing here. Hopefully you got buyers step up if you're long, if you're thinking long on this. North of 344, this turns out to be a wick. And we're closer to the 200-day. Get the moving averages all rolling over. So, but the stock is oversold on the daily time frame. So previous times where RSI was in this zone, it bounced and followed through markedly. So watch Roku here. Just taking a little patience. Not a favorite setup. The semis look good. Semis look good. All right, let's go take a look at the FANG stocks real quick. If you're thinking about trading the Qs, you want to see all these working or not, depending on what side of the table you're on. All right, let me go back to, all right, there's VWAP. So Cisco's above VWAP. Broadcom, AVGO is right at VWAP. Most of these are below right now, just below or right on it. Microsoft flat, Google above VWAP. Still a little early, but we're looking for a lot of these to push higher. Tesla looks good.
A draw of 3.2 million barrels. Crude getting a pop here.
Watch crude oil. Crude oil is bullish equities.
Barrels. Distillates a draw of 2.7 million barrels. Again, crude a draw of 3.2 million versus a draw of 1.055 million. Distillates a draw of 2.7 million versus a build of 270.
Bullish equities for crude to be moving higher.
And gasoline a build of
All right, so Gush, 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 looking for a bounce.
ticking a bit higher now off that
Brent crude.
recent pop.
These are end-of-day charts. Watching Brent.
66.66.
USO. Let's see what USO looks like. USO. All right, it's holding. So you need to see this push higher. That would be bullish equities. Crude oil has a positive correlation. Tesla's still going. Tesla is on the move today, boy. Whoo. Tesla. Exactly what it did previously.
Official says U.S. plans to offer Pfizer and Moderna COVID-19 vaccine booster shots for all Americans beginning the week of September.
Pfizer's still going. Wow, Pfizer's just going ballistic. All right, extended for quite a long time now. AstraZeneca, Moderna, Novavax, Gilead following through. Gilead following through yesterday. Continuation, little dip getting bought on Gilead. Biogen, Amgen. Amgen, we were looking for that bounce last week to continue. So we figured the 9 and 21 day would be resistance. We're seeing that so far. Regeneron and Repligen. Regeneron continues higher. Repligen, breaking out. There we go. Flag breakout on Regeneron. Pfizer looking good.
Shares of Moderna getting a pop here now. Michael Romeo November Alpha, Moderna.
All right, Moderna starting to bounce.
Seeing increased fall activity now in Moderna. Weekly $400 call sweep.
All right, Pfizer.
Michael Romeo November
That's a
Alpha.
beauty. Pfizer. Continuation.
Authorizing the emergency use of the Moderna vaccine. That's Michael Romeo November Alpha.
All right, looks like we're follow through here, IBB. All right, buyers stepping up at the low of the day. IBB looking for a follow through.
U.S. Labor Department says preliminary estimate of non-farm payrolls benchmark revision would cut March 2021 level of employment by 166,000 or 0.1%.
All right, so IBB is comprised of these top 25 biotechs. Let's see who is doing the best. All right. All right. ARGX, Regeneron, Repligen, NTLA. Nice bounce there. IQV. About 50%.
PMCB resuming trade now after a circuit breaker halt, hitting new highs now, $9.34.
Tesla looking good. Tesla.
J&J, Johnson & Johnson, a little while ago, report that officials saying that Johnson & Johnson vaccine expected, data expected in the next few weeks. Public will receive a timely plan for J&J booster shot. That's really November period.
All right, VIX at the lows. All right, what's Novavax doing? Novavax. All right, looking for a follow through on Nova. Apple looking for the breakout, get above 150 and run. AMD off $1.82, going down to the 21 day. AMD looks like it's headed to the 21 day. Hopefully it doesn't pull a Roku. Roku did the same thing. It ran up over here, came down, tested the 50 day, bounced, and then really slammed lower. All right, watching that one. That would be a favorite if we can get a better entry. Fine. Tesla. Big move on Tesla today. All right, so it looks like the SPY is, and the futures are just hanging out at the highs now. New VIX contract. Tesla. Thank you, Brian. Tesla short interest up 200%. Netflix up 3, trying to get back above VWAP. Tesla's still looking good. ARK-K, looking for a breakout above 117. ARK-K. VIX starting to turn. All right, VIX is starting to turn. Watch, take more profits on SPY. Yeah, Tesla has a artificial intelligence day on August 19th. That's tomorrow. Elon Musk talking about on Twitter. Thank you, Anton, for the update. The event will outline Tesla's future plans and approaches to AI technology in order to achieve an autonomous driving future. Think George Jetson, daughter Judy, Jane his wife, Astro, the dog. All right, VIX is turning. VIX is turning. All right, VIX turning here. Tesla watching. Nice follow through. All right, the steel stocks looking for follow through on steel. Cleveland Cliff continuation. Nucor Steel stocks in play. Let me see who else is on here. Let's see. U.S. Steel has 1.4 R-ball. U.S. Steel is one of the steel stocks with high relative volume. Louisiana Pacific showing 1.4 R-ball. LPX, gap up. All right, LPX looks good. Bullish engulfing at the 50-day. You've got LPX with a reversal, breaking trend. You had this fade over 3 months. Now it's starting to look like phase 2 is starting. All right, SPY pulling back a bit more. All right, Globe E online. Consolidating again, looking for, last time we consolidated for about 4 weeks. It broke higher into earnings, went sideways. Earnings weren't that great. I'm surprised that it's holding up as good as it is. IPO. Nail pushing higher despite the fade in copper. Nail and builders spending more of its time above the 50-day now over the last 3 weeks. Prior to the third week, fourth week of July, Nail was spending all of its time below. Same with XHB. So as far as swing trades are concerned, this looks really good. XHB looks a little better. The Spider S&P Home Builders ETF, looking for that to follow through. Looks bullish on the bounce here.
XOM, Exxon Mobil. Country manager sees investments in Brazil as a great opportunity to produce oil with lower emissions. Let that curiosity, Michael. That's from Reuters.
VIX looks like a bear flag, maybe. Looking for a lower high on VIX. XLV, the healthcare sector, flagging right now. ISRG, watching that one with Rob breaking out 52-week highs, all-time highs. Yep. All right, VIX still pushing a bit higher. Could have a range set up today on VIX. All right, we're just above the 21-day. Not expecting a lot of not a lot of movement, price movement in the S&P today. Going into OPEX Friday, monthly OPEX. After next week, not much S&P options are expiring this Friday. It's in September where a lot of options expire. DraftKings with another partner added, the Baltimore Ravens. All right, spending most of its time above the 50-day now for the last week and a half. 9 and 21-day turning upward, starting to get some sort of trend going. You got the Canada legalization of sports betting, online sports betting after August 27th into the month. So that's pretty decent timing for this to continue to make higher highs and higher lows. Looking for 70, 74, 75 over the next few months. Let's see what's working right here. Got NVIDIA with earnings tonight. Don't forget NVIDIA. Personally, I won't hold into earnings. Short-term accounts, long-term accounts are a little different. New core looks good. Steel looks good. US Steel looks good. Steel Dynamics, Cleveland Cliff.
DK reporting Honda's plans China factory.
Cleveland Cliff continuation. Cleveland Cliff. I bought the 25 call, Cleveland Cliff, on strength and steel. All right, so that looks good. Cleveland Cliff. All right, so let's see, Cleveland Cliff. Let's look at the volume on Cleveland. CLF. What's NIMO doing? NIMO's turning back up, minus 26. It was minus 35 yesterday. Cleveland Cliff, nice bounce. Looking for a follow through tomorrow, a second bullish day. These bounces are usually accompanied by a follow through day. All right, all of these bounces back here, I'm just looking at the character of the stock. Pulls back to the 21 day, RSI is above 50. It generally bounces more than one day. So 3 days here, 5 days here, 3 days, 3 days, 3 or 4 days, 4 days, 4 days. You get the point. 4 days, 6 days. So it bounces for more than one day. So looking for a follow through. All right, that looks good. Cleveland Cliff still going. All right, Cleveland Cliffs continues.
ESGC, Eros STX, and Amazon Prime Video expand output deal to the south. That's Echo Sandy, Golf Charlie.
All right, Cleveland Cliffs going. All right, that looks good. SPY, VIX rolling over again. All right, so lower high on VIX, lower high, VIX, lower high, SPY continuation.
That report from deadline.com. Echo Sandy Golf Charlie.
Cleveland Cliffs.
Shares of Eros getting a pop here, 62 cents.
Steel is in play. Steel stocks are in play. All right, so Cleveland Cliffs.
Golf Charlie.
Cleveland Cliff looking for a follow through. Okay. All right, so we're at the highs here. All right, so the ATR is $1.27 and it's up 71 cents. Yeah, the ATR looks good. Let's see, Frank, I see you're following along there. All right, so we're all on the same page, it looks like. DraftKings breaking out, DraftKings.
TLRY Tilray weekly $14 calls active. Tango Lima Romeo Yankee.
DraftKings following through. DraftKings looks good. Check out DraftKings. Okay, looks like it's going to spring off of this level. Note that it's spending its time the last week and a half above the 921 and 50 day. It pulled back after testing the 200 day. Once it gets above the 200 day, it'll anticipate some consolidation and a move above 56. Then you might see 6 points in the weeks that follow. Okay. Wonder what the NFL season is going to be like this year. I don't watch football that much. I mean, it's just not enough time in the day for me to do everything I need to do. Father, 2 kids, got a wife, got a business, investing, 6 accounts. I can't sit still for 4 hours and watch grown men throw footballs back and forth. I just can't. I don't have the time. But, you know, that is a America's pastime, I guess, for many. And DraftKings continues to add partnerships and deals, so management's doing its job. Tesla, not even stopping for a coffee break. Hit the highs. 2 days later, it tests the 50 day. All right, so I mean, that looks really good, right? Nice bounce, confirmation. What usually happens after the bounce, at least the second day follow through lately. All right, so you got 3 days here, you got 2 days, you got 4 days, 5, then goes into a consolidation. I'm looking for at least 2 or 3 days.
That's probably the Delta uniform.
Yeah, you got an AI event tomorrow too on top of that.
TSLA Tesla seeing some call activity coming in now. August 27th, $740 calls on Tango Sandy Lima Alpha.
Interesting in that, people talk about Tesla, um, they finally came to a profit in 2019, right? So everyone was poo-pooing all over Tesla and Elon, it took, was it the second launch into the third launch? They had 3 launches. The last launch was the one that worked with Falcon 9. I think it was something like that. You had 3 launches, didn't work. The last one, everyone was wondering if Tesla was going to exist. There was talk that Apple was interested in buying. Elon and Tim Cook had some words about that. He never said that, the company was for sale or whatever the hell it was. Anyway, point is that long story, Tesla has shown itself and management to beat adversity, and we got more companies sponsoring shares. Fund ownership has climbed to 2,769 as of June quarter. Funds own 34% of the shares. Management owns 23%. That's a big one. Management owns 23%. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Tesla. DraftKings. Tesla has an ATR of 23. Let's round it up to 24 points. It's a little extended now, so maybe it starts to consolidate in here. DraftKings still looking good.
NE, 9 Energy Services, announcing addition of new electric wireline unit. That's November India, November Echo.
All right, Tesla, just watching SPY drifting a bit lower at the moment. VIX pushing a bit higher. VIX, keep an eye on VIX for a few minutes. VIX is chopping around. Looks like we could see a small body candle or doji today. Today. All right, DraftKings. All right, so we could see this develop into a range, a flat range. That's what I'm thinking. So I'd be buying SPY on VIX rolling over and selling, taking profits on VIX bouncing. Okay, so that's what I'd be doing. All right, watching VIX for it to roll over. A series of lower highs.
DKNG, DraftKings, September 3rd, $55 calls active. Delta Kilo, November Golf.
We're watching VIX. DraftKings pulling back a little bit. Cleveland Cliffs looking for the follow through. Cleveland Cliffs still going. All right, Cleveland Cliffs is working. Futures bouncing right. It's right below the monthly point of control for August going into OPEX. Right here is the monthly point of control. Overhead, we have the daily and the weekly at subsequently higher levels. Weekly is a bit higher at about 444. 44.44. Cleveland Cliffs still going. BRKB looking for the breakout. ARK K, nice follow through on ARK K. Tesla. SPY cues. SPY looks like a higher low. I don't trust it just yet. Watch for VIX. VIX needs to roll over. If you get the VIX to roll over, watch for more stocks to continue higher. Netflix is up $3.24, just below VWAP. All right, VIX looks like a lower high. VIX looks like a lower high. The spiders just below VWAP. Looks like we're going to turn out to be a flat VWAP day. We're going into FOMC right now, so I'd expect to see flat VWAP. I would expect
ICAD, ICAD, report Street Insider reporting ICAD.
CRWD, I see Prism's talking about CRWD, CrowdStrike. Okay, check out Bug, B-U-G, the ETF. CrowdStrike.
ICAD hitting $11.73 at the high, India Charlie Alpha Delta.
B-U-G. DraftKings, another flag, looks like it's going to follow through. Got a lot of work to do, but if it does pop above the 50-day, that should see some action. All right, edit, dip, and rip. Edit with a dip and rip. EDIT. This is one that Anton clocked some huge gains off of this entry in the mid 40s. We ran up 20 points or more. Yeah, if Anton can make this thing go 25 points again, that would be great. Edit off the 9 EMA, looking for a follow through. Look at that volume there.
WTRH, Raider Holdings getting a pop here on volume, Whiskey Tango Romeo Hotel.
All right, futures pulling back more. VIX is pushing higher. So giving Russell a chance to make a few bucks too. Cleveland Cliffs continues. Apple, no follow through. Apple, no follow through so far. VIX still pushing higher. You know, I was thinking about this. So there's a lot of conversation about amongst volatility traders and options experts, if you will, that if there is a black swan event, and they were chattering about Palantir. Palantir bought a bunch of gold bars. I don't know the exact amount, but Palantir buying gold bars in defense of any kind of black swan event. So they were talking about that yesterday. But they also mentioned, what Bitcoin might quote unquote might do in the event that there's any kind of black swan event. You'd probably see Bitcoin gain 50% in a day or two, just from the volatility aspect. I thought that was kind of interesting. So if you're thinking about hedges, this is building higher highs and higher lows, Bitcoin. It looks like it's headed towards the recent highs, not the recent lows, spending all of its time above the 9, 21, and 50 day. While buying the highs is not recommended, buying the dips, much better risk reward. 21 days right there. Could come down to the 21 day. Positions like Ethereum projected to do well. So now it's looking a little better. Ethereum, I'm looking for a bounce on this little fade. I want to buy the fades. I don't want to buy the highs. The 31, 33s I'm not interested in. I'm interested in the pullbacks. This is bearish over here, below the 921 50 day. Bounces up to 200 day. New buyers come in. You can see the signature there in volume. We push higher. We stay above the 921 day. Moving averages are all tilting upward and to the right. That's where I want to be active, looking for these little pullbacks. Now, me personally, I like to see a second bullish day. So this has the prospect of maybe coming back to the 21 day first, or even the 50 day, and still be bullish. But all of that timing around, FOMC today, what happens in September, et cetera, et cetera. Meanwhile, stocks like Tesla are doing quite well. Very happy with Tesla, flagging now. So ABCD pattern most likely. If you're a new member, you don't know what the hell I'm talking about, watch the video that I share with you when you join. All right, ABCD pattern. We're looking for this pattern. You can see a pivot on Tesla. Looks like a pivot is the a pivot is forming on Tesla up here. So we're looking for the B pivot. And usually, especially with a stock like Tesla, if it's in play, you'll see this volume continue. When it pulls back to VWAP, it'll get defended. If we get defend at VWAP, that would be a clue to a long position if we get a follow through. All right, so pulls back, B pivot, look for the follow through, look for the bullish candles, look for volume to pick up. That's a lot of ifs, a lot of things to watch, but it's really only two things. Got to stay above VWAP. When it gets near it, look for the volume and the follow through. SPY still pulling back a bit. All right, Tesla. You got everybody on StockTwits talking about how short they are. They got thousands of shares. They got hundreds of contracts. I'm long Tesla puts, 100 contract. Yeah, right. Okay, I believe that. Popping on no news. Well, actually, it does have news. There's a couple of things. In particular, the AI event tomorrow. I'm surprised that these people on StockTwits that are so short would do so, not knowing that there's news out there. And contributing factors with Tesla. Talked about that already. Whenever they show up, they being institutions and momentum traders, it's been at the 50-day since July. Okay, we pushed above the 50-day. Every time it comes back, it keeps getting tested. And each time it gets tested, it runs at least 2 or 3 days. 2 days here, 3 days here, 5 days here. Okay, so this is day one. So if you bought early in the morning, most likely this closes in the upper half of the daily range. Watch VWAP, how it trades around VWAP. That's key, and the volume. So Tesla looks good. If it starts to find some bullish candles here and volume picks up, might be an early B pattern, B pivot. All right, what's Cleveland Cliffs doing? Cleveland, all right, it's flagging now. Cleveland Cliff, looking for a follow through there as well. AMD off $2, testing the 21-day. I thought semis would look a little bit better. They started off the day looking better, and then they faded. So far, sector-wise, we have 55% are green. Key to a lot of these is junk bonds. Junk bonds are bouncing. All right, so they're making higher lows and higher highs. Junk bonds tend to lead the market in a risk-off scenario where you'd look for the markets to pull back 5–10%. You would usually see these traders out before you get out, okay, or before a lot of people start talking about downside potential. We got lower highs, we got higher lows. We're right below the 50-day. So if junk bonds can't manage to get back above the 50-day, 9/21-day, this would be susceptible to a bearish signal. All right, so be aware of it. Okay, maybe keep a chart open, just watch it. The 10-year yield, watching that too. The 10-year. Like to see that bounce some more. 10-year. Like to see it got a higher low. We got a range basically in here between say 1380, 14. Let's just say 14 and 11. You got a range in here between 14 and 11. You got the 50-day. Price is coming off of a higher low. If this starts to break above 1379, watch for a little bit more profit taking in growth stocks like Apple and Nvidia, etc. And maybe more buying on the dip of banks. Banks look like they're going to bounce. Already having a bullish engulfing day on Bank of America. I like the prospects here of the banks following through on the bounce, bullish engulfing. Banks all showing the same pattern, same with steel. So this is good. You got two sectors, two groups, industry groups that are working together. Morgan Stanley, one of my favorites because it's up there at the 9 EMA, along with Wells Fargo, another favorite, between the 9 and the 21-day. Banks look good. TNX higher, equal, banks likely follow through. Wells Fargo, MS, Goldman Sachs above. 50-day look best. Okay, Morgan Stanley, that one's the prettiest. Morgan Stanley, pretty. Morgan Stanley. Okay, so if yields continue to move higher, watch that. Utilities taking a little breather. Healthcare has been strong. Healthcare, medical devices, pharmaceuticals. See what Gilead's doing. Gilead, okay. Pfizer continuation. All right, that looks good, Pfizer. Pfizer. Sort of going parabolic, but when you look at the weekly, gives you even more. You can associate this breakout with a large multi-year breakout. It's about 10, 15 points on top of this, so 55. 55. The measured move on this, let's say 40 to 25. All right, so 15 points, even 14 points if you're like retentive, if you know what I mean, caboose, retentive. 14 points would give you about 54 on Pfizer, weekly multi-year breakout. When we traded Eli Lilly a number of years ago on the multi-year breakout on Eli Lilly, we had this multi-year breakout here. Sundog, Jeff out in Arizona, he'll remember this because he mentioned this multi-year consolidation looked like we're going to start to break out at 80. All right, so we had a 3-year base. The longer the base, the higher in space. And you can see what Eli Lilly's done since then. So Jeff, if you're still holding this, I hope you are. This looks really good. First stage, second stage, third stage, going for a 4th-stage base. So this is getting a little hot. But Lilly continuation. We were looking at Lilly last week as well. Lilly looked good on the daily. Lilly looked really good. Okay, so you got this consolidation breaking out now. Trending along the 9, 21, and 50-day. Note they're all pointing upward and to the right. RSI showing muscle. Volume showing institutions keep buying. Buy high, sell higher. William O'Neill, motto. The paradox in the markets is that what is high and seems expensive continues to move higher, and what's low and inexpensive and cheap tends to go lower. All right, so that's a product of phases. All right, you don't want to go long when you're in phase 4. That's the markdown. You want to be long during phase 2. That's this period right here, characterized by markets and assets above the 9, 21, and 50-day, everything rising. You can clearly see that the pharmaceutical group is doing well. Look how well it's trending. Look at stocks like Pfizer. You know, just only 4 weeks into this breakout. This looks a little parabolic, but we could see 54, 55 on this one. Not guaranteeing it. But look at the volume. You think these institutions for the last 4 weeks, 5 weeks, only want 10 points? All right, broke out above 40. That's where the volume was in, right around there, around 40. It's at 50, so 41 to 51, that's 10 points. You think they just want 10 points? Maybe. Just something to think about when you're trading, if you're swing trading. As long as you're not buying the highs, you're buying the dips like we saw back here the second week of August, you're doing fine. SPY starting to bounce. VIX, looking for VIX to roll over. Get used to the rhythm. The rhythm is VIX starts to move a bit higher. People get nervous. They sell their SPY. We're looking for the dip. We're looking to buy the dip. Watch VIX to roll over. The longer this persists into September, the more cautious I'm getting. Which means I'm taking fewer swings in short-term accounts, fewer swings. I'm selling more premium for the long-term accounts. And I'm starting to think about, backing off on my allocation in equities and adding alternative assets and cash in addition to bond exposure, more bond exposure. Until we get clear of September. September is a big question mark. That's when a lot of the S&P 500 volume, option volume is expiring. Like a lot of gamma during the month of September, up there 4,500. That's a major level up there. I don't see us getting through 4,500. To the downside, 4,420. long as we stay above 44.20, I'm looking to buy the dip. So we got a dip in SPY right now I'm looking at as a potential buy. 44.20 is a key level. That's where gamma flips to negative. We want to be gamma, trading gamma positive. All right, so 44.20, 44.20 right along in this area here. You can see where the 20 EMA, that's the 20 EMA on the daily chart, the dotted line. That's a reference point on this 60-minute chart. 20 EMA is overhead. Can't seem to get above 44.54, 44.55. So if we can manage to pop above that, I mean, maybe we test the 4,500 level going into OPEX. I'm not convinced that that's going to happen, but it could.
Tip ranks, FLXN, Flexion tip ranks,
Excuse me.
upside. That's
Pfizer looking like it wants to go again. All right, Fubo. Fubo yesterday had an alpha signal. Fubo, F-U-B-O. Fubo had an alpha signal yesterday. Let's see how it's traded a day later. Fubo, all right, still hanging out here. We got Shopify with a alpha signal sitting right on the 50-day. I know you like to trade this one, Rob. Watching this one for a bounce. Shop.
CDC's Walensky says U.S. currently averaging over 500 COVID deaths per day.
All right, looks good. All right, so what's Edit doing? Edit's up 21 cents, trying to bounce some more. You've got CRBU. You said CRBU. Caribou Biosciences. All right, that looks pretty good, Anton. I like it.
Walt Disney World removing face mask requirements for outdoor rides, queues, and attractions. That from WDW News today.
Palantir bought $54 million in gold bars. All right, so Palantir bought $54 billion in gold bars, and that was protection against any kind of black swan event. So far, the Taliban, whatever, however it's pronounced, is saying that U.S. citizens can make it through the ring that they have around Kabul, the airport. At checkpoints, they said Americans can break through. As long as that persists, the market's VIX will probably remain in this area. Any kind of bad news out of that area, or China as far as Taiwan is concerned, there was some concern about Taiwan being talked about in the Pentagon circles, you know, or, you know, Delta variant news, or the Fed saying something today. I don't see the Fed saying something today. There's still a lot of apprehension about, you know, jobs numbers. Yes, inflation's an issue. Those four things. It looks like Palantir bought a bunch, $54 million worth of gold bars. Okay, and GLD, gold, in a descending pattern, gold in a descending pattern. So if it breaks above, if gold breaks above the 50-day, that would be a technical breakout. What would be required is a lot more bulls showing up, in other words. All right, so a lot more bulls would have to be showing up. So you can see how this descending channel plays out. Watch RSI too. So you've got this kind of situation. All right, so if this breaks out above the 50-day, that would be a big thing. That would be a big deal. And probably require some sort of event. Maybe not. Just from an oversold technical basis, this looks like something that might work on the long side. You got all this volume over here. See these volume by price bars on the left side of the histogram? You got to get through all of that. So you got a lot of supply overhead. A lot. All of this trading over here, all of this trading in here, that's supply. And I don't think it's going to be an easy task for gold to move higher, but if it had a black swan event, which is what people are pricing in, starting to talk about, that'd be a reason to own gold and maybe Bitcoin as an asset. All right, so that was interesting news. All right, VIX is still trudging higher, VIX. We're going into FOMC. We'll see what Jerome has to say. You know, a year ago, I was bitching about him always talking so much. And I still don't like when they talk too much, politicians in general, to the media, because Reuters, these news algos get a hold of negative words and then they trade some volatility. And the markets get choppy. Best not to react when he's talking, but pretty tight trading range today after the initial fade. I'm thinking SPY and Qs and IWM are going to move sideways most of the day into the Fed, FOMC. So I'm not really interested in doing any kind of aggressive trades until after. All right, expecting a doji chopping. Price action will probably bounce. VIX will probably push a bit higher, maybe test the high here. VIX might test the high. SPY futures might test the low. If we test the low, probably look for a bounce. Yeah, watching Apple. Apple's off $2. Apple's off $2. Back below 150. So a lot of those calls shifted out to September. Looking for the dip in Apple to get bought. Failed breakout for now, so it appears. That's probably what people are saying. People are probably saying Apple, this is a failed breakout for Apple. Technically, I guess I would agree with that. Okay, so we got the breakout, the failed breakout, back into a range, major volume by price support in this area. I'm inclined to buy the dip on this pullback. The September 150 calls is what I'd be thinking about. They're going for 77 cents right now. September, that's the 160, sorry. I was looking at the wrong chain. Okay, so Apple, the 150s for September are going for $3.20, $3.30. I'd be interested in those on a bounce. Cleveland Cliffs, a little fade there. Looking for a follow through tomorrow, but flagging right now. Stocks are watching They're trading around SPY and the Qs too. VIX chopping around. So we really don't have any kind of headwind or tailwind at the moment. Doesn't seem to be excessive selling pressure or excessive buying pressure. We got some blocks. The largest block today is 444.35. 444.35. All right. That is the closing levels from yesterday. So if we see more blocks showing up at that level, 443.99. Also in the same area, general area, 443.99, 444.35, in a 40-cent range, 35, 36-cent range. We've got about 2 million shares have traded so far. It looks like a bounce now on the dip. Looks like a bounce. Maybe setting up. If VIX rolls over here, watch the SPY, maybe it bounces. But I'm thinking, if you're going to buy the dip, this is a pretty decent one here. SPY. Maybe it gets a little cheaper. Gets a little cheaper. If you were going to buy puts, I would have bought them at the high on SPY. Thinking about FOMC. All right, so buy puts up here, maybe take a little bit off on the move lower. And if we get a dip here, maybe buy some calls. And you basically have like a strangle going into FOMC. Whatever direction it moves, it should be a pretty quick move. Man, especially if the Fed says, okay, we're going to raise rates, but we're going to do it end of the year instead of 2022. They're going to do it into this year. They see something different. I don't know. I have the underlying gut feeling is that why would they do that? The market's just trying to hold their footing. You got the Taliban issue. You got China issue. Yeah, inflation is important, but our people are scared of going back to work. I don't know. Just it seems a little odd. Look for a bounce back to the top of the range would be cool. 444.50 would be nice. Flat VWAP. So for the most part, what we're looking for is a test of VWAP, maybe a pushback above for now. And VIX needs to roll over to confirm. All right, so if VIX rolls over some more and puts in another lower high, that would be awesome. If it can cooperate and do that. All right, so watch the VIX. You got lower highs. All right, so we're in a downward path for now. Let's see if we can continue this downward path on the VIX. All right, watch SPY calls here, expiring today or Friday. Today's calls are pretty cheap for if it retests the top of the range. If it starts to head back in the top of the range, the 445s are 15 cents. The 444s are shy of 50 cents. Looks like that's what we're going to do right now. Looks like that's what we'll do. All right, let's see if VIX can roll over. Cooperate. Look for VIX to roll over. Look for SPY to pop. If VIX breaks out of this descending pattern, look for the opposite. Apple starting to stall on the downward leg here, looking for a bounce. All right, Apple's starting to bounce. Apple's starting to bounce. Apple's starting to bounce here. All right, there goes SPY. All right, so VIX, need to roll over. What's going on? You're not updating? What? VIX needs to drop off here. All right, VIX about to drop off. Looking at the 1 minute chart, VIX, Tesla's at the highs. Netflix squeezing. Apple turning. Today's not very active. Tesla, pretty obvious where the money's flowing today. Taiwan Semi seeing some action as well. Pfizer, continuation on Pfizer. Pfizer still pushing higher. The high of the day. SPY. All right, so VIX. If VIX drops off, not only do we have the lower part of the range, you got flat VWAP on SPY, but if we start to move lower, this lower trend line kind of lines up with the lowest part of the range, I would think we would see, and the highest upper part of the range for SPY, if you know what I mean, SPY. So as VIX pulls back, I'm looking at the top of this range, 445. If VIX drops off into the bottom of this range, capiche? All right, VIX is starting to see a little buyers here. All right. Apple, just looks like shorts covering for now on Apple. Tesla up 22, flagging. Alpha Protec, nothing. DraftKings trying to push. I like DraftKings for a push above the resistance zone overhead. DraftKings, DKNG. I like this one. Management adding more partnerships. One with the Baltimore Ravens announced this morning. I don't know if that's old news, but that's when I caught it. Look for a push above 56, maybe by the end of the week, if not next week, to give us potential right side of the pattern building as a swing, watching SPY in the queue. All right, so far it looks like VIX is going to hang in there. All right, watching VIX. All right, I got to take a couple of minute break. I'm just going to push away from the trade station and stretch a bit. I'm right here with you. I'm not going anywhere.
SBOT, Spotify, seeing some reports on. So users. That's Sandy Papa Oscar Tango.
All right, VIX back to the top of its range for today, more or less. Just watching.
NRXP, NRX Pharmaceuticals announcing safe
All right, so VIX right along in here, you can see these wicks right here on VIX. 18 seems to be the top of this little range here for the last 45 minutes. Looking for it to drop back in here now.
After review of about 140 patients, no new safety concerns raised by independent data safety.
All right, watch the steel stocks looking good. U.S. Steel. U.S. Steel doing well. U.S. Steel looking really good.
Shares of NRX Pharma spiking to $13.33.
U.S. Steel looks good.
And halted.
Bought some shares of U.S. Steel on the dip. All right, I bought shares of U.S. Steel. Nice little bounce there. Okay, following through on the breakout. All right, buy high, sell higher.
Shares of NRX Pharma halted at $13.
All right, U.S. Steel, we are trading. The opening range is 140. It's up 50 cents above its opening range. Got some shares on that little dip over the last 20 minutes here. Looking for a continuation tomorrow on the breakout. Looks like a cup, little handle, short handle for about a week. Not much resistance. The volume showing institutions, if you just squint and just look at the green, remove these little red intermittent volume bars, you'd have all green there. Let's see what it looks like on the weekly. Weekly. All right, so it looks really pretty actually. Again, the volume on the weekly. Look at the MACD cross on the weekly. Steel stocks in play. Steel stocks are in play.
ACOR recorded therapeutics popping to the highs now up at Charlie Oscar Romeo. $2.77.
All right, U.S. Steel looking good. MACD cross on the weekly. The weekly range ATR is about $3. Weekly ATR is about $3. For the week, we're up $1.26. So by Friday, we could see another $1.25, or even more if this is an expansion breakout. Okay, that could turn this higher. Okay, so we'd want to see a higher. You can see the ranges are starting to pick up. Look over here, how these ranges sometimes rose to like, what was it? That weekly range there was about $4. Pretty interesting. All right, so watching the SPY, VIX at the top of its range, turning around. VIX at the top of its range. Right here, these wicks, 1, 2, 3. Looking for this to drop back down. I'll readjust this trend line in a second. Lift this a little bit higher. VIX looks like it's going to roll over. Tesla, pretty obvious.
PLTR, Palantir Technologies, the January 42 call sweep now on Papa Lima Tango Romeo.
Palantir bought all those gold bars, $64 million worth.
Pumping to the highs, 25.50.
Palantir going, PLTR.
That's
Nice ABCD pattern. I like it, Nick. Good job there.
it's 12 o'clock. WKEY, Wiskeet, commercially launched its WiseArt NFT platform on September 1st. Platform will auction high-value NFTs of luxury items and collectibles. Whiskey Kilo Echo Yankee. FRSX, Foresight Autonomous.
All right, looking for VIX to roll over. Palantir looks good for the breakout. All right, Palantir has an ATR of $1.10, exceeded by 40 cents. So probably going to hang. You're probably going to run into some resistance right there at that 25.76 wick. People who got stuck for the last week, some, not all, but some will look to take profits. Once we get through that supply, then by the end of the next week, maybe we see 27.50 end of this week or next. Let's look at the weekly on Palantir. From its IPO highs, 35. Palantir looks good. I like it, Nick. You see the IPO highs are 35 on Palantir. Ten points to go. All right, VIX still looking for it to roll over. SPY's not doing much. We got 2 hours ago for 2 hours ago for Fed.
That's from Marijuana Moment. St. Louis Fed's Bullard says recent data slightly weaker, but still expects very robust growth up to 7% this year, Q4 in 2022. That's
Kramer's on.
By the dip because I bet on Gottlieb, who, by the way, is on the boards of Pfizer and Illumina. Because you have to say that, apparently.
He does, and for good reason. So you like Tom Lee then? We still want to, quote unquote, lean in on this weakness even harder after Tuesday's sell-off. UBS says we believe upside remains for the markets. They think cyclical parts of the market, including energy and financials, are likely to lead the next leg of the rally.
Well, I'm not sure about energy because there's secondary issues there. One is OPEC plus not so good, but I still think people have to be thinking about Venezuela. If they come back online, you really don't want to. You do not want to own oil. Maybe Tom Lee's piece is being referred as buy anything in the world, including the kitchen sink. And it doesn't seem fair.
Mr. Everything Rally.
Well, I know, but does he really want that? I mean, I got Mr. Wonderful, now I got Mr. Everything. I got too many misters.
Steph, what do you think about this notion of being on the cusp of a correction? Krinsky says don't buy the dip. It was a powerful note that was out yesterday, and the market seemed to go weaker on it when he came on to discuss it. But then you have the Tom Lees and the UBSs of the world and others, and Jim, who's defending this market.
Yeah, and I'm defending the market as well, and I have been for a while. And I point to the liquidity.
It's funny that he would think that the markets could actually move, the S&P could actually move on one analyst's conversation. That's just bizarre for him to even consider that thought.
The Fed is not going to do anything other than talk about tapering, and then maybe they taper, but they're not going to be increasing rates. So rates probably stay around 1.5–2%. That's really positive for corporations. That's really positive for the consumer. We've got to get through Delta, and we will. I have no idea the timing of that, but we will. And yes, Dr. Scott Gottlieb is the person that I pay attention to. But I also look at the UK trend.
Some say it could peak this
Well,
weekend.
I know some. Well, you know what? My portfolio is all about Delta peaking, quite frankly, right? I don't know the timing of that, though. I can just speak to the stocks getting hammered in terms of the reopen names, and so that's where I find the most value, quite frankly, in the market. But we have to get through Delta first, then we have to get through seasonality, because August and September are really crummy months for the markets. So we've got to make a shopping list, and as I say, the reopen names are the ones I like. Why do I really want to stay involved? Not only is the liquidity, but it's the economy is actually fine. It's strong. Both consumer and manufacturing, and earnings are strong.
Okay.
They're not going to be as strong, but it's going to stay elevated and above trend.
All right, well, we're going to discuss that in a minute, because some of the data this week makes you think as though the consumer's about to go off a cliff and that they're hanging on for dear life. And we'll get to that in a second. But, Carrie, what's the most important thing you're watching today?
Well, I think the fact that the market is roughly flat today is pretty good news, because yesterday people might have been listening to Jonathan. They were selling stocks and the market started to come down pretty hard. You saw a lot of the high beta stocks really take a hit, and that began to sort of feed on itself, and people saying, whoa, this is bad. GDP growth is not going to be as strong as expected. Consumer spending wasn't as great in July.
All right, SPY's starting to move here. Most stocks are moving higher.
Than I had expected. So
Cleveland Cliffs continues to push higher.
interesting. If you look at what's been going on under the
Snowflake
surface, the market's
on the
been
move.
higher. You just look at a little
Snowflake
table
clearing that
that we put together,
275 level last
this
week.
is over the last 6 months.
Snowflake.
3-month segments.
All right, so we cleared the 275 level a couple of weeks ago.
Stronger numbers.
Bouncing, Snowflake bouncing.
That was financials, cyclicals, value stocks. Then you had with Apple and Microsoft. Then you had May to August, much stronger Apple, Microsoft than the other two. If you look at the 6 months, in particular the last couple of months, who's been beating the S&P of that group? Only Microsoft. But the top of the S&P, the top 25 stocks in the S&P for the last 3 months, there's only 5 of them that have market caps over 200 million. The majority are 50 billion or less. So that says that people are being discerning. They're looking for what companies really have growth now, guidance over the next year or two. That's good. That's good for the market. You spread it around.
AMD, no follow through.
You might not have the action from Amazon that you like, but having more participants.
All right, Freeport, McMoran, FCX, Freeport, bouncing here at 34 after weakness yesterday. Freeport.
Joe, who do you agree with in terms of everything that you heard, and Krinsky in context too?
Wow, there's a lot to unpack there. Well, as it relates to
All right, Ethereum, ETHE on the move.
takes you down to the 200.
All right, looking more like a bullish day back above the 90 EMA. So if we get a bullish day tomorrow, Ethereum, I'll probably add to it. Don't want to add today because there's also a possibility to come back to the 21 day. SPY, if you were trading along the conversation that we were just talking about, VIX, looking for VIX to roll over at this point. At these wicks, we had those wicks. Looks like that's what's happening right now.
Where I believe that the Delta variant peak is coming. You are seeing a lift in treasury yields. I think the right place to be, as I've been communicating to you, is going to be financials. You're removing a lot of that global risk. You're seeing some of the banks that are recovering. That's a place that I want to be. And I think the troubles that exist right now as it relates to the Chinese regulatory actions. I think that's going to continue to make mega cap technology really a port of flows. So you're going to see a lot of
All right,
capital
so
flows
watching
and
VIX here.
Okay.
going towards those names.
All right, because I'm glad you end there.
All right,
because
VIX is starting to roll over harder now.
And Jim, I'm wondering if, dare I say,
Thankfully, Russell was able to break even on his puts.
is because how can you have a larger
That's
correction
good. Like to see everybody making money, even if you're trading the opposite direction of the markets that I am.
keep
At
going up?
times, that's okay. I cheer for you.
Don't go down.
Well, I think that
I like to buy the dips anyway.
Microsoft, we all like Microsoft. That's at its high. Apple was basically at its high. Katie Huberty with a piece that frankly concerned me about App Store, but otherwise not. We know, let's address Krinsky head on the semis. The semis that are weaker are Apple-like semis. So I totally understand the cross currents.
You mean like what's like Skyworks kind of thing?
Skyworks, yeah, Skyworks. But I come back and I say,
VIX.
all right, look, let's just understand. These companies are the stalwarts. I shouldn't. Yes, I do wish that Amazon were going up, but Amazon is being viewed as not a good opening trade. But when you have good leadership here. You have good leadership, and I think that chart that you put up that shows Caterpillar as the one that's been falling, and the winners. That's it. I think that is the market. And
All right, snap going.
and I know that Stephanie will have something to say about this. We have seen a re-rating of the drug stocks, and a lot of people felt that was slowdown. I am now beginning to feel it's Democrats not having any strength to raise
Coinbase trying to take out the highs.
we are seeing the drug stocks break out, and it is not, Stephanie, pricing in a slowdown. It's a re-rate of a group that actually has lagged the stock market for a long time.
Steph?
Yeah, it definitely lagged for a long, long time. But I also think that the pharmaceutical companies offer very compelling dividend yields. You know, rates are still so low, and you have some of these companies, some of the drug companies, 3, 4, 5%. And you know what? Those dividends, most of them are very safe because there's so much free cash flow at these companies. So I totally agree with you. In fact, I recently added to J&J. I know it's at its highs, but it's at 18 times forward estimates, and I get a 2.3% dividend yield. And you know how many times has he beaten and raised in the last year alone? And I think that's going to continue.
Yeah, but Steph, just don't mean to interrupt, Judge, but when you have a vaccine that's been pulled out of a major drugstore and the stock keeps going higher, what does that say about that one? I mean, if it pulled out of another one, does it go to 185?
Healthcare's been great. Are we, look, and there are a number of positive calls on the FANGs, right? You were talking about Amazon. Alphabet's price target gets raised to 3,200 from 3,000, reiterated by at Loop Capital. Facebook gets price target raised to 419 from 395. I mean, do you subscribe to that notion that you cannot possibly have a pullback of magnitude if big tech doesn't pull back in magnitude? I mean, what's going to drive the market lower?
Well, I know that Carrie and I have been in the business for a long time. When she was at Fidelity, you often had, let's say, mutual funds having to do some selling and locking things in soon. Ms. Firestone, if I am at the big dog, so to speak, would I be thinking about locking in gains because of the calendar?
Yeah, well, locking in gains, are you talking specifically about Amazon or that kind of big name, or just what could be going on under the surface?
U.S. Steel, looking for a follow through.
Bullard still sees Q4 of 2022 as the logical time
You know what? Personally, there's a line into our stores, and I'm looking at Walmart up 4% and Target up 44%. And I said, look, I got to lock in that Target. That thing is just nothing can beat that.
I had people, Carrie, we had people on the show yesterday, whether it was Weiss or Pete or, whoever the last couple of days, not looking to lock in gains on a target,
U.S.
looking to
offshore
up more
regulated to restore
because they think that
federal
stock has a
oil
lot of
and
Yeah,
momentum.
gas program and
Yeah,
report
but
reverses.
I think what Jim is saying, it's the middle of August, and as Steph said, you have a tough September often. So if you're going on vacation for a couple of weeks until Labor Day, seriously, why not sell some Target? Sell a big piece. You've got this, monster stock, and
No one's
they
doing
say that. Well,
Doing that. And by the way, when Jim sat down, the first thing you said was, doesn't feel like August. Because it's what's going on for it to be August.
No, I went to Martha's Vineyard
That's not up.
gave myself 25 years ago, and I took everything off the table. And people since then have always felt that I was a genius. No, I didn't have a phone.
this idea. You said something
You had a
earlier.
fax machine. Had a fax machine.
That's exactly right. I had the fax machine. I was in some sort of Abel's hill, and I would come back and I would say to Karen Kramer, so like, did we miss anything?
You said something earlier I thought was interesting in a conversation with Carl on Squawk on the Street that this week you got the bad retail number and it followed the sentiment number, which was
I'm
really
still
ugly.
thinking of taking
People
some
sort of
things
started to assume,
off.
okay,
I want to take
this might be
profits
the beginning
off
of a downturn
the
because
table
the consumer is obviously
as
bucking
we
up because the Delta variant. You get these retail numbers,
approach
you say, I'm not willing to
September
say that.
and
I'm
also
not willing to suggest that
FOMC
anything has just
and
changed.
No, I mean, I've
end
got
of the
call
month,
numbers came into me in the last
Jackson
24
Hole,
hours, actually in the last 5
the
hours, saying,
unknowns.
ignore that number.
All
Ignore that
depends on
number.
what happens in the next couple of
Retailers,
weeks, whether or not I hedge
Walmart or Lowe's, it
44.20.
doesn't matter, saying, listen,
Want to be
things are
bullish
really
above
great.
44.20
I
S&P.
come back and I say, well, okay, well, where is it already reflected and where is it not if you want to stock selection?
Okay. All right, because that's what I'm thinking. It's like, okay, things were great. The quarters were great. Are they still going to be great? Because of Delta.
Oh, but Marvin Ellison said August is running well.
Well, you got Marvin Ellison on tonight, so
Yeah.
you're going to get into that with him. I know.
And Joe, I wanted to ask you
Stock today, right?
Stock up 20. I mean, what is that like? They talking to me one small cap. Small cap was up 20. Hey, Joe, I wanted to ask you about the energy trade. I mean, to me, you and I are on the same page on this. So, where's the inflation that we're all so worried about right now? Could that be peaking along with Delta?
The inflation is in the supply chain and it's in the transportation costs. And I think you heard that with Home Depot.
BRKB at the high of the day. Looking for a breakout. BRKB. Berkshire.
If I was some of these companies, I'd be doing secondaries to pay
Berkshire looking a lot better now. Looking a lot better. Berkshire as SPY and the VIX just chop around. Chop around. Mama said chop around.
Farmer Jim
loves that. I first heard it on his show when he was talking. I said, holy cow, it must have been like 12.
He's loved it for a long time. He's bought more. Speaking of buying more, what do you do with some of these retail names today? The best in show of today is who? Well, Target or Lowe's?
Lowe's, but how about a Stephanie Ling favorite no matter what? How about TJX?
Is that where you're going?
Yeah, TJX. Yeah, I like TJ Maxx.
I don't know. I mean, it's got a great chart, and I did go there yesterday, but it was really for belt and socks.
It doesn't matter.
All right, Berkshire looking for the handle, a breakout above the pivot.
Kidding. I mean, but I do want to say that I keep coming back to Walmart. I mean, come on, this is. I mean, we were like looking at Home Depot, $40 billion, nothing to steer at. But Walmart, which I was up earlier, has been in a straight line and is
Berkshire.
still not expensive relative to the others. So I'd love to hear what the investment committee thinks of Walmart.
Yeah. Who wants to take that? Joe, do you want to take Walmart? And then Carrie, you can weigh in on that.
Berkshire a little bit higher. Looking a lot better now.
It's one of the reasons why everybody loves Target. If you put the charts next to each other, one looks like best in show and the other one looks like I don't know what.
Yeah, Walmart more recently, though, is seeing a little bit strength in the performance. I don't own it. The index doesn't own it. We're in Target. We're in actually Lowe's. And I thought the expense management was such a critical save from Marvin Ellison and the team where operating margins were really good. And I think expense management is going to matter here looking forward. Two other names I'll put in the conversation, see if Jim likes them. I like Steph's TJX. The index owns Burlington and Ross Stores. Both of those names, I think, have a lot of upside potential as you move towards the end of the year.
All right, now here's an interesting thing, okay? Joe takes your question, and then my question, and he immediately pivots to TJX. I feel like that's
Stephanie's name, who hasn't even mentioned it.
I feel like that's a statement in and of itself. You try and get people excited about Walmart, and they deflect, and they start talking about something else that they like even better.
Well, maybe that's because they went to my Walmart near Quakerstown and really was just astonished. I call it Quakerstown because my wife calls that's really Quakertown. Look, I just think I'm looking for something that's up 4, not up 44. And I think that the problem, Judge, is that stocks are up for a reason. But I do think that when I listened to Doug McMillan yesterday, that's Doug McMillan, who says we've got an online and look out. It wouldn't be surprised.
Coinbase continues to push higher. Coinbase.
$4, just like yes, generics. So if you want to go into instead of for Walmart Plus, you go in and you use the brick and mortar part, and then you have stuff delivered at home. I think Walmart is just so really undervalued here that I'm passionate.
All right, so Steph, I mean, why not Walmart? Why TJX so passionately and not as passionate as Jim is about a name like Walmart for such a tried and true value investor. And he says this thing is way too cheap.
U.S. Steel at the highs.
I don't actually think this is cheap. Number one. Number two, you have to learn about the personalities of stocks, right? Walmart.
I'm sorry, but
Walmart
yeah,
is
why don't we
actually.
just go Burlington? Have you been to Burlington? I mean, have you honestly been there? I mean, it's a frightening place. I like the side up there. It's 37 more. I mean, like Burlington. I went to the one near Coney Island. I mean, it's like my wife says, "What are you doing here?" I mean, like, it's like a hand-me-down. It's like Goodwill. I like
So
Goodwill.
back to Walmart for a second.
Sorry for interrupting.
Boy, I know people who work at Burlington, executive management. They are not going to like what Jimmy just said. Looks like, well, maybe one of the older stores. They clean them up, though.
This is what I'm telling you.
They do. I mean, you can look from the front to the back of the store on each side. It's like all you see is clothes.
And I think it's getting caught up in that, to be honest.
Anyway, that's Burlington. TJ Maxx, nice move. I hate when I miss these kind of moves. You know, I was looking at TJ Maxx off the 200-day, looking at it at the 50-day, got sidetracked, it popped, and then it dropped, and then it probably would have shook me out here anyway. This nice push here. Target as well.
Well, I just don't think it's a value. If it were to pull back and I could get comfortable with earnings and it gets down to 18 times, why I like TJ is it has totally disappointed in the last year. So nothing. It's flat year to date. And that is because even though sales have been better than expected, margins have been under enormous pressure because of COVID, right? So now, if you think that, and if Dr. Gottlieb thinks that Delta is peaking this weekend, well, guess what? This is a reopen name. People want the treasure hunt in the Marmaxes. Home Goods, oh my goodness, I mean, the numbers were, the open store only in Home Goods up 36% comp.
Right,
And, so I think that there's, so my point is,
Jim cannot shut
there's
up.
a lot, operating leverage, right? I mean, when you have top line doing well and you have margins actually starting to improve and can recover, that to me is an inflection point. That's what's happening with TJ. And oh, by the way, I don't think it's just TJ. I do think it's Ross and Burlington as well. I think that off-price retailers are taking massive amounts of share. This company, it opened down today, which was silly. So I think you want to be buying TJ all day long because I think the earnings are at a trough, and so it looks expensive. But as margins improve, earnings go higher, and then it's not nearly as expensive, especially for again a reopened name.
Carrie, you have something on Walmart, I'm told?
Patients with severe EPI.
Yeah, I think as Jim knows, everyone at Fidelity is a fundamental analyst, but a technician wannabe. And if you look at that Walmart chart going back to last December, it really looks like a U shape that can break out. I mean, it has a very, very good looking chart. And
Yeah, I agree.
we both go,
Walmart
we
looks
don't
good.
have Walmart, but you look at TJX, it looks
Yep,
good.
cup
and
shape.
Walmart, really,
Why don't you
doesn't.
own it then? I mean, you just made the case for a breakout. Why don't you buy it?
Just probably got too much exposure elsewhere.
Well, it's
Call me
possible.
crazy. Sounds to me like you just made a
That's
case
a
for it.
possibility. That's a possibility.
Coinbase shares.
Should probably buy on a pullback. I would buy on any pullback, Walmart.
Telling other people it looks good and you should buy it. I want to know if you're going to buy it, right? I mean, that's what we sort of
Oh, man. Shut up. God, he's obnoxious.
Gotta do more work. Gotta do more work.
Jim Lebenthal writes in, he says he agrees on Cliff. It's his biggest position, he says. Never seen free cash flow like this. Debt will be zero in 12 months. After that, it all comes to shareholders. I mean, that's a pretty good case for Cliffs, right?
Should the John Leisure of the cyclicals.
So props to the farmer for being in there. Carrie, I'm coming back to you, and I'm glad Jim's on the show today to have this conversation. You sold Alibaba. Better late than never, I guess.
Jesus, really?
Yeah.
Well, as I've heard people say on this show, maybe Liz Young should have said it months ago. We just couldn't take it anymore. You're under this pressure with a stock you think is very attractive, with this huge market and a lot of growth, and the Chinese government is indecipherable, and they don't like Jack Ma. They don't like the business.
Buying the cues,
and
chopping
there's
around
a
some more.
lot of pressure politically. You don't know whether it's going to get delisted. You don't know what's happening with the Ant Financial IPO. So we can't, as researchers, make any concerns about what's going to happen, and it just for us, made sense to sell it and use that.
Oh man, Baba looks so ugly. The best case scenario on Baba, maybe you get a mean reversion back to 185, but this looks really awful for Baba.
When the stock is getting hammered, I mean,
Look at that trend.
it's irresponsible. I think that's the word you used.
These
Irresponsible
are not
to buy these
investable
stocks.
stocks. I mean, if Deng Xiaoping, the late Deng Xiaoping, was a brokerage house, he would be, switching. He'd be going wholesale cutting numbers. I mean, Alibaba is, they discovered the winners of communism. They like to spread the wealth. They take it from the rich and they give it to the poor. Robinhood does report today, but it's really kind of a fiction. There, it's fact.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that report.
VIX started to pop up. Watch VIX.
First one.
VIX on the move.
Opening day, I'm looking forward to many things.
I'm looking forward to that too. Also, Carrie, you sold Amwell, American Wealth Corp, otherwise known as.
Yeah, so that was you're right, small position. It's a small cap company, $2 billion. We bought it as virtual, telemedicine, and we were disappointed with what they said on the quarter. We bought it after it had come way down. I mean, it was as high as 47. It went into the teens. We bought it. It's not. It's as we said, small position, was not meeting our expectations. Maybe it will over time. Perhaps it shouldn't have gone public when it did, and it just makes more sense.
All right, VIX is starting to move here.
Maybe we'll buy it sometime in the future, but it just was a good
VIX on the move.
Wow. Well, the stock's only off 76% off of its yearly high, so maybe that's the understatement of the year.
VIX is on the move.
Anything close to that.
All right, right back up to the top of this range again.
To this price. Yeah, exactly.
All right, but you give up.
We thought we were getting a great price.
Okay, all right.
We're breaking above that level now.
That's logic. You don't even focus on that big.
All right, so maybe back to the top of this range here.
Wish upon a bear. Play it later.
All right, both Disney and Netflix shares are down on the year, but both were just named top picks for the second half of the year. We'll have a debate on those trades coming up next in our call of the day.
VIX.
And a reminder, you can always watch or listen to us live on the go on the CNBC app.
Oh, they overshot this. Did they take some stops out here? Man, I would love to buy some VIX calls or VXX calls into the month right before the Fed meeting, just for some cheap insurance. If we got down to 14, I would really be interested. VIX got down to 14, that'd be kind of cool. I don't see that happen between now and FOMC, or rather Lake Tahoe. Sorry, just got sidetracked here with Bloomberg. All right, just watching Bloomberg there. All right, VIX popping up to the highs here. Watching that closely. For the most part, it's in a descending pattern. All right, this is a stock that Grover mentioned yesterday. TCR2 Therapeutics, TCRR, breaking above the 50-day. Oh, looks like a nice little follow-through volume picking up. TCRR. What is the ATR? ATR is 89 cents. It's up 64 cents.
democracy under the Taliban, a senior member of the group, telling Reuters that the country will be governed by a ruling council. Another senior Taliban leader says that the role of women in the country will be decided by a council of Islamic scholars. Evacuations are more important than withdrawing U.S. troops from Afghanistan before an August 31st deadline. That's according to the chairman of the House Foreign Relations Committee. He says that U.S. forces should stay in Afghanistan past that date if they're needed to get Americans and Afghan allies out of the country. And on the news, the latest from Kabul and the Pentagon's response as more troops head to Afghanistan. Tune in tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern. Meantime, in California, the Caldor Fire has doubled in size in a day. The wildfire has burned more than 53,000 acres west of Sacramento. At least 50 homes have been burned and 2 people have been sent to the hospital with serious injuries. And in Georgia, the state's election board has moved a step closer to taking over elections in Georgia's most populous county. Republicans have been targeting Fulton County, a Democratic bastion that includes most of Atlanta. You're now up to date. Scott, I'll send it back to you.
Rahel, thank you very much. Before the break, Jim mentioned Roblox. Nice lift today. I mean, so what's up? What's up with it now?
Roblox, Roblox, nice follow through.
We had a great conversation with Roblox last night, and it's very clear that July is very good. People are then wondering, well, wait a second, when people go back to school, I think they do their homework, and then the kids go on Roblox. I think it's really part of the firmament, and only if you have kids do you really know it. But we're talking metaverse, and don't laugh about metaverse, okay? Because
AMD, nice bounce on AMD.
When I talk to Roblox, what are they?
AMD, nice bounce.
Virtual concerts. I'm talking about something like it was like the number of the Black Mirror season 3. But I am talking about the idea of getting together with Beethoven, Brahms, Bach.
There goes AMD.
Cezanne, Rembrandt, full of diversity, maybe Rothko. Yes,
Roblox looks good.
Guests over and programming them, holograms that I talk to. Maybe I program all of them to say man money's great, or maybe I just listen. But that's what the metaverse is. Let's start realizing you can be part of a whole new universe that really is a lot better than
AMD.
this one. They don't even talk COVID.
So,
All right, they came down to the 21 day.
Yes.
Can we get a bounce now?
Well, that's how you're going to grow the active user base beyond just, kids under 12. You're going to grow it by the utilization of the metaverse. You're going to see the international expansion. You're going to have individuals like ourselves who are going to be engaged with it. So I agree with Jim. I think the management team is doing an exceptional job. The recovery off of earnings was also something that I thought was
Tesla.
very compelling.
Looks like Tesla wants to go again.
I think this is a stock, as I've said all along, that could go north of 100.
So then, what I hear you guys saying, Jim, is that the pandemic, post-pandemic, doesn't matter. Whether kids go back to school or not, and they are, their participation in this stuff tied to the pandemic doesn't necessarily matter because of all the things that you suggested are good for the stock.
Now, it's a direct listing, and it doesn't really have the coverage that it should, but it's been around 50 years as good cash flow, very good management, and I think that they are part of a new world that if you don't have kids, you just think, well, what the heck is that? And if you do, you say, I hope that they're on Roblox and not watching TV.
Joe, quick.
I don't think it's just a pandemic stock. I think it's unfair to call it a pandemic stock.
Right. That was the conversation going into the print. What happens when kids go back to school and they're not sitting in front of their computers playing video games or in the metaverse or wherever? What's the impact on the stock? You and
Coinbase, coin.
That's not the most relevant thing. I think that's what I'm just trying to.
Coinbase,
Yep.
new high today.
All right. Let's talk about Disney and Netflix, by the way. Top picks for the second half of the year.
Ethereum, ETHE.
We spend a lot of time on Disney these days. We don't spend that much time, Carrie, on Netflix, which you own, which you call a quote-unquote to our producers, a crappy stock in 2021. Carrie says right here.
Well, I don't remember that, Steph. Did I say that? I think the stock percent this year.
The producers don't
Yeah.
lie.
Oh my God.
I'm looking at it
Please,
right
I
now.
apologize.
It's been a crappy stock in 2021.
That's right. It has been. Right. It's down 3%. The market is up 18%. So, yeah, I call that worse names, in fact. But that doesn't mean we don't think it's attractive now. Right. And Netflix still has enormous base. Now they're starting to
Roku, very disappointing. Price action, Roku.
This year they are. Now we're going to see
U.S. Steel at the high of the day. Looking for follow through next couple of days.
we're going to see that they will continue to grow once those comms
Apple building off of that low, starting to reverse now. Apple.
The stock has been so bad, and it's possible that we can start to see big outperformance of Netflix over the next year, and that's why we own it.
Wow. It is water cooler talk again. After a pronounced period where even Reed Hastings had nothing good to say about the productions, I hear people now come and say, have you seen this? Have you seen that? On Netflix. But can I just say something about Disney?
Watching Apple here, looking very attractive on a what looks like a failed breakout. The dip shaking some hands, shaking some people out most likely. Looking for Apple to build off of this level, push back through VWAP. It's got a lot of work to do, but it does look better. The 150 calls are going for 365. Looks like the 155s are getting a lot more volume, the 155s.
Really quite interesting. So it's a very competitive space, but that's the area that I would be playing. And I have owned both Comcast and Viacom in the past. I have owned Disney. It all depends on the valuations. And yeah, it is sort of surprising that the stock is down 3% year to date. I wish it was down even more because I would certainly entertain getting back into it because exactly, Jim, what you said, you have a reopen piece, which is theme parks, and that did actually quite well in the quarter, in the most recent quarter. And you have the stay-at-home piece with Disney Plus, right? And then you have Hotstar, right? And you're going into Malaysia, you're going to Thailand and Latin America. So you're going to see the numbers at Disney Plus and Hotstar accelerate meaningfully, even in a competitive space. So it's a price thing.
All right, looking for Apple. I like the dips. I like selling into the rips. Like buying the dips. Apple watching. Still got a lot of proving to do. VIX showing more strength here. Or maybe goes back to the top of the range. Maybe SPY tests the low of the day.
I have plenty of reopen names.
All right.
Judge.
Yeah. Joining us next, professional golfer Colin Morikawa. He is an Olympian, U.S. Open champion, and just won the Comcast Business Tour Top 10, which means he's got a lot more money than he did just a couple of weeks ago. Don't miss the first on NBC interview in just 2 minutes.
Shares popping now to the high, $6.50.
All right, Apple. FANG stocks. The steel stocks in play today. There goes Netflix. Netflix squeezing, turning on the afterburners. Netflix squeeze. Facebook. Let's see what these look like. Facebook. Trying to take back some of these losses from yesterday. Push higher. Facebook on the daily. I like the dips. I like to buy the dips. We could see a move back to the 50-day first. That's the only issue. Netflix on the 5-minute. Looks like a squeeze. Netflix going. All right, is this finally the day that we break, the week that we break out above 526, that pivot, 527? All right, we got a 5-minute TTM squeeze here. Look at Tesla, Netflix squeezing, about to trigger. The 5 minutes about to trigger. Okay, let's see what we do here. If we get through 525.60 or so, maybe we take out 528, 529, 530. Facebook looking good too, squeezing. Facebook squeezing. Okay, higher lows looking for a higher high. Momentum indicators are pointing to a breakout to the upside.
COTL, Palantir Technologies.
The number 3 golfer in the world, Colin Morikawa, is $2 million richer after taking the top spot in the Comcast Business Tour Top 10.
AMD following through.
Open and recently returning from the Tokyo Olympics. He joins me now. It's good to see you. Welcome.
Thanks for having me.
I gave you an extra major. I got to take it back. I said you won the U.S. Open. It's the Open Championship. I know you got a U.S. Open in your future, but forgive me. I'm taking it back.
No, you're good. You know, I've been pulled on with a bunch of pranks on the European tour. I didn't think you guys were the type, but you know, you never know.
Yeah, exactly. No, you can't trust us for sure. You've been described. You're first on tour in tee to green. You're first in birdie average. You were described, I just read today by Sports Illustrated, as one of the top 5 people
Eli
to watch in
Callaway
playoffs.
dropping off.
You want to talk about a meteoric rise for over the last couple of years for you? What's that been like?
It's been a lot of fun. It's to be honest, it's crazy to think back. Two years, 3 months ago, I was still in college. I was graduating from Berkeley, and now we're here, top 5 or top 3 in the world, and giving myself a chance to win the FedEx Cup playoffs. It's amazing.
What do you do with all these earnings and this newfound wealth that, frankly, you have? You have a lot of sponsors. I went down the list. It's TaylorMade, it's Adidas. People who watch you play know that, and they can see, obviously, your hat, U.S. Bank, Therabody, Omega, et cetera, and I'm assuming a lot of people are banging your door down.
Yeah, you missed one. I've got Zurich, or you missed a couple. Zurich and Grant Thornton. Great partners, great sponsorships. But to be honest, spend a lot of money on food. That's about it. Everything else, throw in the bank, throw in investments, being smart with it. I'm still very young. I mean, I'm 24.
Oh, can you imagine making that kind of money at 24 and investing?
For the most part,
Man.
it's just, I don't mind taking in, a couple extra million, like you said, and it's great to finish that kind of regular season first.
I got the great Jim Cramer with me too here. So if you have
The
any
great
investing-related
Jim
questions,
Cramer.
throw anything his way. You know him; he can handle anything.
VIX looking for it to roll over. VIX, if this rolls over, we're looking for SPY. It's in the descending channel, SPY, for the last couple hours.
I've shown it throughout the regular season. Obviously, finishing first in this Comcast Business Tour Top 10 shows a lot of consistency. But this is a 3-week stretch of a lot of golf, and I'm kind of looking at this kind of playoffs as a whole. Not necessarily 3 separate events, but I want to peak in this final event because that's where it's all going to come down to. You don't. You can win the Northern Trust this week, you can win the BMW Championship next, but to get that final prize and to finish out on top and finish first, you got to play well that 3rd week. So, just prepping for those 3 weeks to come.
There's been a lot of conversation, obviously, thinking about whether Tiger's going to be back, and if so, when, what the state of the game is going into the future. Then, lo and behold, you've got some new faces like you getting some major wins. Phil is still hanging around doing his thing. How does the state of the game feel to you?
It's great. I think the game is growing.
U.S. Steel about to break out.
Very unfortunate, and to see it, still around the world and getting worse. It's tough, but I think it's definitely brought up the game of golf. It's opened its arms to a lot of people, and I think that's what golf needs. It needs more opportunity.
VIX dropping off.
It needs to be a little more, just including, inclusion.
VIX dropping off.
Bringing people in to enjoy the game for what it is, and I was very thankful for my upbringing and how I was able to, get into the sport, and hopefully a lot more people have that opportunity as well because it's an amazing sport to play.
Described as one of the best shot makers on tour, they say. We'll be following you. Thanks for coming on. Best of luck.
Morikawa.
Thanks for having me.
Colin Morikawa.
Joining us there. NVIDIA reporting earnings after the bell. Stocks up 50% this year, which means the pressure is on. You know how Cramer feels about NVIDIA. You know what he thinks about Jensen Huang. The question is, can he deliver another time? We'll ask him next.
All right. All right, let's take a look at the sectors again. Sectors, we know industry groups, steel is in play. Steel's doing well. Trading near the highs. Consumer discretionary, big bounce on consumer discretionary, XLY, consumer discretionary. That had dipped recently. I was concerned about XLY on the gap down below the 50-day on recent earnings, but it looks like this support level could hold. So for me, the second bullish day is what I want to be paying attention to. So this is good. I want to see this. I want to see XLY hold this level, but I don't want to buy until I see a second bullish day. And that bullish day or third bullish day needs to get back above the 921 day. I could scale in here. If I were going to buy 1,000 shares, I'd probably buy 50. If I was looking to swing. If it got back above the 50-day tomorrow or today, maybe I'd add 50. Gets above the 921 day, maybe I'd add 100. So I'd be up to 200 shares out of 1,000. And if it starts to trend over the next few weeks, it's probably going to make a path something like this over here. Then maybe I'd start adding, but I would only scale in at the most. We're going into September. You might get a better opportunity. Maybe XLY comes all the way back to the 200-day. Just got to watch price action. A bullish day tomorrow would definitely be a positive, big positive, and a safer entry for me. VIX is up 1%. Maybe fades from here. It's in an upward sloping channel over the last couple of hours. All right, it's almost 1 o'clock. GOVX is popping off. All right, GOVX. Off the lows. Okay, let's see what you're looking at. All right, let's see what is trading above average volume now, midday. Midday. This is a penny stock. I just want to check this out. This is not a recommendation. I just want to check it out because I see this volume is just ridiculous. AZRX, penny stock, downtrend, 100 million shares trading today. It's a penny stock, so let's see, NRXP. This one's trading 11 times relative volume. Got rejected when it tried to get back above the 50-day. All right, that's interesting. Marin Software, M-R-I-N. That one had a big move in June. Meme stock. Not sure what this pop was. A lot of volume though. Juniper Networks, JNPR, quality name, Juniper Networks, 4 times relative volume, looks good. JNPR, RVOL, 4 times. All right, looks good. Juniper Networks looks good. Stop under low of the day. All right, checking EPS on Juniper. Let's see what this looks like. Juniper Networks. JNPR. I thought they already reported. Juniper. Okay, July
Looking at my computer
27th.
screen, and I am looking at
Okay, so we got a week to go.
NVD.
Next Friday, not this Friday, but next Friday.
NVIDIA. $208.75 is a 52-week high. The stock currently sits at $194.12. It's up almost 40% in 3 months. I know you love the company. I know you love the CEO. He's on your Mount Rushmore. I know it. Yes. Well, actually, he's in the Louvre. Oh, he's in the Louvre. Yeah. It's Da Vinci. Okay. Okay. Where's Lisa Sue?
Lisa Sue, that's a very interesting question. She's at the door saying, okay, so here's the problem. This stock has got two constituents. There's constituency number one, which loves it for what it does. And then constituency number two is just totally focused on the deal with ARM Holdings. I know you thought it would be Ethereum, but no, remember, he only throws the cards away. They get the bad cards. If he says anything about where this deal is, and he backs away at all, which I hope he doesn't, that this deal is going to be done, then I think that's what the stock's going to trade on. I think there's a lot of people who wish he would walk away and just do a JV. Then there are a lot of other people who want the deal closed. I think one of these groups could.
All right, we're still 50-50 on the sectors.
The other thing
Semis are flat.
is that when
They
you
looked better earlier, but starting to see some
based on NVIDIA chips,
help from AMD.
Jensen Huang's not like us. See, we can't envision things that he can.
We're mere mortals, and
He's not a moron. Not only that, but he wears this like motorcycle jacket. His daughter's a great cook. He's got a wine bar at the.
Bullish call flow on Juniper. Okay, cool.
He's like it's Mount Olympus out there. I'm telling you, this guy's a real deal.
You said earlier today.
He's Zeus. He's Mercury. He's Shazam.
When a stock is up like 50% year to date,
Because he's
I know.
we don't.
TJ Maxx 3 times relative volume. Viacom, saw that earlier, volume on Viacom.
has so much more to go.
Still in a sideways pattern. Is this the day? I mean, how many times have we been disappointed that Viacom couldn't break out, just moving sideways? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 times Viacom tried to break out. Disappointing.
You don't belong in the stock. You don't have the right to be an NVIDIA. You just don't. I'm telling you right now, if you're in for Ethereum, shame on you.
You're not getting into the loop.
Shame on you.
You're out.
Yes.
Joe T, it's in the Joe T.
It absolutely is. This is a quality company. I agree with Jim. The concern I have is gaming.
VIX rolling over.
Jim, it's a little wobbly right now, isn't it?
The game is, yes. Yes. You're right.
So that's the current concern I have. And then what kind of guidance here can I trust if he doesn't give any update on the ARM deal?
But remember, they're still backordered, all these different game companies. And some of these things, like Twitch, seem to be just an addictive quality. Look, it's been hurt. It was hurt by a inventory glut of Ethereum before they figured out how to handle Ethereum. But the one thing that I would tell you is that Jensen is going to come up with more things that make it so that we'll look back and say, you know what, that stock was not expensive. I remember a few years ago it was actually selling at 18 times trailing earnings, but it was selling at 100 times forward earnings 2 years before that.
Stephanie,
Data center will be incredibly strong.
give me something there. I know they're going to kill me, but I'm going to ask anyway. Cisco, after the bell also, right? It's like the also.
Who's going to kill you? Yeah.
Well, producers are probably like,
Yeah,
oh my
I mean,
God.
I like this. This is what you do. Okay? We're talking about Cisco. Chuck Robbins. Pull it out.
Give me one
So
quick.
enterprise spending, if this is an enterprise spend recovery story, this is a margin improvement story as the supply chains clear out a little bit. Low expectations, 17 times, 2.7% yield. It's one of my largest technology positions.
All right. We'll take that break. We'll come back. We'll do final trades next.
All right, consumer discretionary looking good, looking better. Are looking for a VIX to roll over more here. Really needs to drop off and show some bearish flow to get any kind of aggressive. And you can't really do much. You got FOMC. Minutes are, what do we got out today? FOMC, do we have minutes or is he going to meet? Where's my, there it is, okay. So today we've got FOMC minutes. All right, so we got minutes at 2 p.m. And Powell isn't I don't see him scheduled to speak after that. So it's just the minutes. Just the minutes. Yesterday, that online teachers conference with Powell, they tried to get him to say something about policy. He said, Fed doesn't speak about policy to you, teachers union. Being sarcastic, but that's basically what he said. Outside of an official Fed policy statement, they don't make mentions, with underlings. Looking for the markets to bounce. I'm being a little bit sarcastic, so don't take my words for being anything other than that. Just watching. All right, what's the FANG stocks doing? Apple looked like it was headed to the VWAP, just hanging out at the lows. U.S. Steel at the highs of the day. All right, so VIX trying to hold here. U.S. Steel at the high. Continues to push away from VWAP. This is what we look for. If you're bullish, there's several things going on here. Number one, price action opens the day, breaks out of the opening range, 10 o'clock. After 10 o'clock, we look at VWAP. VWAP is rising. We look at RVOL at the same time. Relative volume is very high on U.S. Steel. We have U.S. Steel showing RVOL, where did it go? Of 2 to 1. So that's good. Pulling away from VWAP, higher lows, higher highs, relentless buying. This looks really good. And the pace de resistance is we've got all the stocks moving together. All right, Cleveland Cliffs is moving higher. Steel Dynamics is moving higher. Nucor Steel is moving higher. So you got the whole group moving higher. TX, that one went on a crazy bender. TX went on a crazy bender, still going. Probably going to just keep going. I don't know what's on this stock, but it looks like this is just going to keep going. I'm not sure what the news is that keeps driving this higher, but Ternium Steel, look at all this volume. When it took off in here, these traders, about 5 million shares traded hands there at around 34 to 36, just keeps going. Steel stocks all moving as a group. Whatever you see the entire group of stocks that you're interested in moving and showing you the same kind of look, moving away from VWAP, relative volume. Moving away from VWAP, relative volume. We got an ABCD pattern on Nucor. This is probably going to take off on the daily. Okay, so we're flagging right at the 9 EMA. Same thing with Cleveland Cliffs, flagging beautifully at the 9 EMA and 21 day. You got Steel Dynamics, all of these looking good. So when they're all moving together, that's an extra edge. All right, so that looks good. The NAAIM, was it late last week? Late last week, Bank of America Merrill Lynch said there was a historic high of a 65% weighting in bullish managers, bullish equity weighting. The National Association of Active Investment Managers will announce tonight, I think, from what Buford is saying.
Agilent, that is the company that's a weapons master for all the companies that do genomics.
I'm sure you're going to be thinking about Robinhood, the numbers.
Look, I think I got 3 letters for Robinhood, AMC. If they like AMC, they're going to love Robinhood, and they being the apes.
What you seriously think about the stock from here? People watching now,
It's a
like,
sign-up
buy
stock.
this,
It's a
I know.
Netflix stock. You sign up. I'm receiving sign-ups. If they go from 22 to 25 million, I want to own the stock.
Okay. Well, I will watch that later on today. Final trade. What do you have?
Ford Motors down from 16 to 12 and a half. I think Ford's doing incredibly well.
Farley
I also
Ford.
think they got all the chips they want from Taiwan Semi.
You love Farley.
I love Farley because Farley loves profit. And he loves race cars. And he loves to win.
Profit.
He's not a loser. He says it's Ford versus Ferrari with that guy, believe me.
All right, so you got a range on Hood from 46 up to about 50, 56 maybe, if you're lucky.
Final trade.
Yes. GXO Logistics, it's the XPO spin. It's one of the largest logistics.
Yeah, I like GXO. I was looking at the other day, XPO and GXO. Looked at both of these.
Automation.
GXO.
Adam one, Steph.
The total addressable market is I know, it's 430 billion total addressable market a year.
Carrie,
I know,
just-
it's a good one.
Carrie, just give me a name, and then Joe a name.
Salesforce. Knew you'd like it.
Say it again, Joe.
Berkshire Hathaway.
All right.
All right, good stuff. Thank you again.
Joe gave us Berkshire.
Thank you, Scott. Hi, everybody. Here's what's ahead this hour on the exchange. Economic data are coming in weak again as housing starts now disappoint. But one fund manager who's up 33% this year is continuing to bet on both housing and the consumer. We'll ask him if
All right. All right. It's 1 o'clock. We got an hour before the minutes come out. Edit. Edit. Nice follow through. No talk on the Fed minutes? Yeah, I don't have it either, right? I don't have it either. I just have minutes and that's it. VIX rolling over. VIX rolling hard to starboard. All right, see if that keeps going here, VIX. All right, new core. I'm very interested in VIX moving lower. Obviously, want to see VIX moving lower if I'm bullish. Looking for this to continue lower. Broke down out of this, what looks like a bear flag on a 5-minute chart that started around 10:15 or so. It's been kind of tricky today. VIX bouncing now, chopping people up. All right, so edit. Yeah, edit. The last time Anton mentioned this after earnings over here, when they had earnings, this went on a 25-point bender. So I'd love to see volume again. Edit. Chewy looks good. Amazon flat, Netflix pushing, Apple's flat at the low, Facebook's flat at the highs of its range for the day. Edit's still going. Edit looks good. There goes edit on the move. Good day on edit. Nice follow through. Edit up 4%. All right, it's got a 96 rating, RS rating of 96 on edit. All right, edit looking good. Edit looking good. All right, edit's still going. VIX rolling over again. Looking for SPY to get something going. We got 50 minutes to go before the minutes come out. I'm going to go put something in the oven real quick. I'll be right back. Look at that volume on edit, EDIT. Looks like Palantir is a swing trader set up for today. Palantir.
President Biden and National Security Team discuss focus on monitoring for potential terrorist threats in Afghanistan. Papa Romeo Tango Kilo. Howard Check earlier granted orphan drug designation for its treatment of infections caused by non-tuberculosis mycobacteria. That's Papa Romeo Tango Kilo.
Oh, we're just sitting here watching VIX. All right, SPY, SPY continuing to hang out here waiting for FOMC minutes. Edit given some of its gains back. Edit, EDIT. Nice follow through day. Cleveland Cliffs at the high of the day. All right, steel stocks all look good. Looking for a second day similar to what we just saw on Edit. Looking for a second bullish day at least, at a minimum. Second bullish day tomorrow. VIX pushing a bit higher going into the Fed. Still pretty flat on the day, sideways. Tightening triangle pattern on the VIX. U.S. Steel trading at the highs. All right, SPY making a new low there in this descending pattern on SPY. SPY, a little descending pattern. Headed towards the 21 day, looks like. VIX starting to spike a bit more. People, no doubt, getting a little antsy. Institutions don't seem to be picking up anything. Looks like they just took out some stops at the low of the day. This shooting star or gravestone doji right now could look completely different by the end of the day, depending on the Fed. Could be all the way down here at the lows. Could be back above 445. So you're really guessing at this point with the VIX moving sideways. VIX is just moving sideways. SPY is kind of drifting a bit. Flat VWAP to slightly down sloping. Volume has really tapered off. Look at the volume yesterday compared to today. And yesterday was a pretty active day on the downside. Lower volume. Not seeing much here to trade off of. So we have to wait for after the Fed anyway. So that's what we would normally do. That's what we'll do. FOMC. All right, so now it's starting to just move sideways. All right, so no longer just a bear flag kind of look. Now we're sort of just moving sideways. Yeah, kind of like descending triangle, really. Or a triangle. Tightening, tightening, tightening going into the Fed. Yeah, it's probably closer to what we're looking at. Tightening triangle. Price action just tightening up here. MACD's turning. SPY near the low of the afternoon range. Snowflake continues to push higher. Snowflake. Snowflake's still going. Snowflake at the highs. VIX. I'm watching the VIX. All right, we got 30 minutes to go for Fed minutes. Fed minutes. Let's see, I'm going to run a scan on REF Pro. Let me run a scan. See what the evening session looks like.
approved Jardiance to treat adult living with heart failure with reduced ejection fraction. That's Lima Lima Yankee.
All right. VRPX. That was one that showed up yesterday. VRPX. VRPX. This showed up yesterday. High volume. Gapped up again today. Yeah, I didn't want to trade this kind of stock anyway, but nice follow through. Yesterday the volume showed up on VRPX. That would have been hard to swing. You know, if you got into this in the morning at 7 and it was at 16, you were up over 100%. Be hard to swing that. You'd probably take half off. If you were thinking about swinging it, take half off, you got your 100%. Look for follow through or a drop. In this case, a triple, quadruple on that one, VRPX.
Charlie Bravo, Oscar Echo.
VIX still chopping around here, chopping around, VIX.
And shares are halted on a circuit breaker now. At the highs, 131.87 again. Financial Times reporting that the CME Group is bidding for the CBOE. Charlie Bravo, Oscar Echo.
CME Group is bidding for CBOE. Is that what he's just said? CBOE. CBOE.
Financial Times reporting
Yeah, it looks like it.
CME has
CME.
5 of its own shares.
That's moving lower. CBOE. It looks like they're bidding for CBOE. All right. All right, yesterday, Domino's Pizza was a swing trader alert. Domino's Pizza, inside day. Little doji inside bar. All right, Palantir was a swing trader alert today. Palantir out of IBD. Looks good. Volume percent change 165%. Looks good. All right. Coinbase up $1.50, 0.6%. Ethereum is up 2.5%. Ethereum continues to grind higher. DraftKings at the high of the day, DKNG. All right, DraftKings, DKNG, partnering up with the Baltimore Ravens. All right, this is looking very good. And now, if we get a second bullish day and we get above the 200-day, much better setup. I like it on a second bullish day. If you were going to take 1,000 shares, I'd probably do like 50. Look for a push higher. If it gets above the 200-day tomorrow and starts to show volume again, I'd probably add 50. So I'd have 100 shares looking for follow through or, whatever you're comfortable with trading, I would definitely scale into it. And then if it takes up 56, we could be looking at the 52-week highs again over the next several weeks and months going into football season. DraftKings continues higher. Nail, N-A-I-L, that one's up $2.28 on the day. Edits off the best levels of the session. That's profit taking from the highs. U.S. Steel is breaking higher. U.S. Steel, new high. U.S. Steel, new high of the day. Berkshire Hathaway looking for a breakout. Thanks to Joe T. That was mentioned at 12:59, his last trade. Berkshire. Joe Terranova.
Coming up at 2 p.m., the FOMC meeting minutes. Shares of CBOE, global markets halted now at the highs. Again, Financial Times reporting that offer from the CME.
All right, so they are bidding for CBOE, the CME, Chicago Mercantile Exchange. Who owns ICE? Is ICE Baby? Is that the Intercontinental Exchange? All right, no reaction. All right, we got the Fed minutes in about 22 minutes. So nothing to do between now and then. Take a little bit longer break than usual, maybe. Come back around
OCUP, Occupier
2.
getting a pop to the highs, $4.62. Oscar Charlie uniform pop-up.
What's Pfizer doing? Pfizer having a really nice breakout, 4 weeks. 4 weeks in a row. From the 40 level, just took off to the upside. Cleveland Cliffs continues to push higher. Cleveland Cliffs. Nice bullish day on Cleveland. Would expect to see at least one more bullish day on Cleveland Cliff, if not more. What's IBB look like? IBB. All right, getting a little bit of a bounce there. IBB. All right, looking at a higher low on Editas. Higher low. EDIT, looking for a higher low here. All right, not much going on between now and FOMC minutes at 2 p.m. being released.
CBOE resumes trading.
All right, I'm just going to stand here. I'm taking my headset off. I'm just going to stand here and stretch a little bit.
139. Shares up about 10% following that report from the Financial Times of that rumored bid from the CME. Shares now at 133.14 off the high. That's Charlie Bravo Oscar Echo. OT. Root Inc. getting a pop here. Getting Twitter mention from Will Mead. Romeo Oscar Oscar Tango. EOAI, Predictive Oncology, announcing results of charter amendment proposal at meeting, special meeting. Stockholders approved an amendment to the company's certificate of incorporation to increase the number of authorized shares from 100 million to 200 million, becoming effective on August 17, 2021. That's Papa Oscar Alpha India. Shares of Predictive Oncology ticking slightly lower. That's Papa Oscar Alpha India.
All right, so I got 15 minutes to go. Do they release the minutes early? Holding the low pretty good. Holding the low pretty good. So, all right, so simplified. let's just simplify things. All right, so below 44.20, below 44.20, we began to add some hedging and particular and look for potential downside risk to increase. Below 44.20, above 44.20, we want to think bullish, buy the dips on strong stocks. All right, we saw that with Editas. Okay, you got the dip on Editas. All right, not every sector is going to give you a good setup. So far, this one's looking good. It bounced yesterday at the 90 EMA, rising. It's a little selling at the highs. That's okay. But long as the S&P, I'm getting people telling me that most stocks charts look ugly. Yeah, I would agree with you. Let's take a look at the S&P. Let's take a look at the IBD 50. I mean, that's pretty, or maybe even the Can Slim. All right, let's take a look at these on the can of glance. Let's see what all these look like. All right, so what I'm looking at here is look at all of these stocks. Most of them are below VWAP. The VWAP is the dotted line. Note that the banks, what I also look for is what's showing relative strength, okay? Banks, software and services, technology services like Apple and hardware. Google's okay, advertising. Bristol Myers flat. Citizens Financial, another financial related name, obviously. Most of these are below VWAP though. Okay, Facebook is above VWAP. Facebook is starting to trudge higher. All right, Facebook is trudging higher. All right, that'd be good. Look, I'd love to see Apple get something going here. Holex looks good. JP Morgan bouncing. All right, so it looks like financials, transports, steel, L3 Harris. We got some of the defense names. Let's take a look. You know what? Let's keep going with this here. L3 Harris, Microsoft flat, Netflix pulling away from VWAP. We got Salesforce pushing higher. Starbucks looks good. Starbucks looks good at the 50-day. So if it holds the 50-day, the next couple of days on Starbucks, if it holds the 50-day and starts to move higher, watch RSI, maybe a setup there. A discount to the earnings high, pulling back, so we'll watch for that. Vertex. All right, so these look good. And Zotis below VWAP. All right, let's change to the daily. All right, so look at how many of these are below the 50-day. You got AEIS, you got Ali Financial bouncing off the 21-day. Amazon's below. Retail. Pharmaceuticals look good. They're higher. Note Gilead trading at the highs, 52-week highs. Pfizer trading at 52-week highs. All right, so ConocoPhillips and the energy names are below the 50-day and the 21-day. Exxon, same thing. Diamondback, same thing. Energy. Fiserv. That one we saw yesterday as a potential trade that had high relative volume. Fiserv continues to push. So that looks good. Johnson & Johnson, another pharmaceutical, pushing higher. Microsoft, while it's below VWAP, it is trending. So long as we're above 44.20, I want to look to buy the dip. But if we start fading towards 44.20 and we can't seem to get any kind of upward momentum, I'd probably continue to take off positions, trade the strong sectors. We had transports. Transports were looking very strong to start the week. Transports were above the 50-day, came back tested. Now I'm looking for a bounce. No bounce yet. So some of the names in the group, like JP Hunt, All right, those are fading. What about CSX, rails? All right, flagging at the highs. Norfolk Southern. Okay, so the strongest group, I'm seeing one of the strongest groups next to banks are the steel stocks. They pulled back recently. Okay, we want to buy the pullback. We don't want to buy the high. Okay, the mistake a lot of new traders make is that you don't get the pullback. You don't wait for the pullback. You buy the rip, which is fine. Buying high, selling higher is fine as a concept, but I like to look for pullbacks, and then the confirmation comes when buyers come in more than one day. Tomorrow would be a very crucial day. We want to see bullish action. The volume tells me institutions have been here recently from 62 up to 68. You think they only want 6 points? This volume? I think they want more. All right, so you got this flat base. Let's say 10 points, so that gives you 75. So we've already been up there once. Maybe that can expand to the upside, but definitely I could see 75 on Steel Dynamics. Maybe this week, next week, 75. Nucor, same thing. Steel, all of them doing the same thing. Look at the volume here. Same like over here. Look at all this volume. It ran from 82 up to 110. I know Jamie was trading this one. The last time it ran up, I don't know if she's trading it this time, but the move above, we had price action pullback. So this is all trending. Phase 2. You got distribution, phase 3. And the markdown, characterized by price action pulling back below the 921 50-day. Markdown, phase 4. And the cycle starts all over again if the sector or industry group or stock has what it takes. Right now, it looks like that has what it takes. A few weeks later, we pushed through the 50-day. Volume came in between 105 and 125, more or less, 120, 105 and 1. So 15 points. Are they done? Are they looking for more for infrastructure? I'm thinking they want more. Okay, you got this nice little base, this little weekly cup breaking out. All right, so steel looks good. Banks look good. With the 10-year moving higher, we have banks bouncing. Got bullish engulfing candles on most of the banks. Goldman Sachs, I didn't look at yet. Goldman. Okay, sort of tight price action, but Morgan Stanley and Wells Fargo look good. They looked better earlier. Wells Fargo. Okay, that's fine. PNC. Okay, we got 6 minutes to go for FOMC meeting minutes. So banks look okay. The 10-year yield, 10-year, we want to see that bounce if you're bullish equities or bullish banks and financials. You want to see this move higher. All things considered, the growth stocks don't look bad. They don't look bad. But I do see what you're talking about. I mean, there's a lot of stocks that look kind of ugly. So both of these are moving, drifting a bit lower for the last couple of days. After Monday's pop, we've drifted lower Tuesday into Wednesday. Growth and value, all these sectors. All right, so, and the equal weight index, removing the weight of the big tech stocks, still pulled back to the breakout zone yesterday. The moving averages are starting to tilt ever higher and higher. We haven't broken down through it back into this pattern, so that's a good sign. We did have a drop lower yesterday. This is an end of day calculation, so we're looking for the number of stocks trading above their 50-day to resume this upward trend. The fact it pulled back, 63% of stocks are above the 50-day. All right, CCI is starting to reset. Every time this resets, both of these reset, and we got a V-shape push in the opposite direction. That's a buy signal. You can see each vertical line lining up with several weeks or several months, depending on the time frame. Several months or several weeks of bullish action. Even if you missed the first couple of days, this was July 19th was the dip. That was back to the 50-day on the S&P. We came back to the 50-day on the July 19th, right there. So when that happened, all of these reversed, gave us a buy signal. That's pretty accurate. The buy signals are pretty accurate. You can see, if you go back a few years, you can see that these really work very well as a team, if you will. These indicators working together give you a buy signal or a sell signal. Right now, no sell signal, just making higher highs and higher lows. Number of stocks making new highs and advancing versus declining. Let's review that real quick. Going into Fed minutes in a couple of minutes here. All right, so the advancers are trying to beat the decliners right now, starting to dip, starting to turn higher. We've got tick cumulative trying to go green on 2-to-1 up volume on the NASDAQ. So the NASDAQ is a little bit more favored than the NYSE. NYSE is 1.55 to 1. So market internals look better than they did the last 2 days. Last 2 days, market internals were bearish as the markets moved higher. So the fact we pulled back yesterday, leading up to VIX expiration today, made sense. Okay, so trading with less risk yesterday made sense today as well, until we wait and see what the verdict is with FOMC minutes.
Wolfpack Research saying that they will release our next China report
All right, Netflix, Facebook grinding higher.
coming up.
Amazon at the lows, Facebook at Apple at the lows. NVIDIA has earnings tonight. NVIDIA has earnings. All right. So that's that. The other thing is the bullish percent, number of stocks that are on bullish point and figure signals, all right, had started to rally off an extreme, this July 19th low. As of yesterday into today, this is pulling back a little bit, but it's starting to bounce. Looking for a green elder stick. I'm looking for this to resume higher. I would think a top is in, an intermediate term top is in, or a short term top is in once we get into the red zone. So far, we're not there. All right, usually vertical lines up here on the left side of the chart. You can see when we push up to 80%, 85% of stocks trading above their 50-day, it gets a little bit exhausting. We look for these pullbacks, okay, the vertical lines. So we don't have that right now. So there's some conflicting signals. We got about 9 bullish, 9 neutral, and 2 bearish signals. VIX VXV is one of the bearish signals, VIX VXV. All right, it's 2 o'clock. Let's listen. Let's see what happens here. Watch VIX. Watch the VIX. Waiting for Fed minutes. Fed minutes. Let's see what the, all right, so VIX is dropping off and now it's coming back.
Waiting for the FOMC meeting minutes. Fed debated timing, mechanics of stimulus pullback at July meeting. Participants expressed a range of views on the appropriate pace of tapering asset purchases once economic conditions satisfy the criterion laid out in the committee's guidance. Concerns about the worldwide spread of the Delta variant weighed somewhat on risk sentiment and global.
All right, SPY's starting to move.
Intermeeting period. like to report on SGOC, SCOCO. Board report, Sandy Golf Oscar Charlie.
All right, VIX dropping off. SPY starting to move here. There goes Facebook. Facebook breakout.
Participants suggested that it would be prudent for the committee to prepare for starting to reduce pace of
FANG stocks.
relatively soon. Emphasized that a decision to reduce the committee's pace of asset purchases once the substantial further progress benchmark had been achieved would be fully consistent with the committee's new monetary policy framework. Said recent inflation readings have been boosted by the effects of supply bottlenecks and labor shortages.
S&P 500. All right, Fed talking. You hear Charlie talking about the Fed in the background there. All right, so that looks good. So far, so good.
Generally judged that the committee's standard of substantial further progress toward the maximum employment and inflation goals had not yet been met. Several participants concerned about uncertainty stressed that committee should be patient in assessing progress toward its goals and in announcing changes to its plans on asset purchases. That's the FOMC meeting minutes, and futures are getting a pop here.
All right, there goes SPY. Nice move on the SPY. Amazon ripping. Amazon popping. Apple, Facebook, Netflix, Nvidia. Popping. Poppage. VIX dropping off.
High tickler plus 800.
Okay, looking good. All right, so this can whip around. All right, so the highs I would think be 44.50. Get through 44.50. This could be a nice little run into Friday. CLF, steel, Tesla, high of the day. SPY looks good. Don't think they're done. Don't think they're done whipping people around. As long as we're above 44.20, bullish.
Regarding crypto, a few participants highlighted general lack of transparency associated with stablecoins. Need to monitor them closely.
Buy the dip, bullish above 44.20, bearish below. All right, so VIX is starting to turn up again now. Now, what are they starting to price in now if they start buying VIX? If VIX doesn't trail off, they low vol environment. How you feeling, baby? You okay? You came to get your cold brew coffee? All right. Let's see. All right, Tesla's at the high of the day. Tesla. Snowflake high of the day. U.S. Steel high of the day. Cleveland Cliff high of the day. Freeport McMoran, nice bounce, high of the evening session. High of the day soon. Berkshire Hathaway looking for that to push higher. Snap pushing a bit higher. Snap. All right, VIX and SPY trading places back and forth. All right. You know, one side is saying that, you know, the employment still not doing well, so that's saying that the economy is slowing down. The other side is that means the Fed won't raise rates anytime soon. So what would you rather have? We've already priced in the fact that they're going to raise rates. It's just a matter of when. I'd rather see the economy continue to push higher, continue to improve, and more people go back to work. As long as we're above 44.20, bullish kind of bias, bullish above, bearish below. We looked at gamma. All right, coming into this week, 44.50 is a major level. We'd like to get back above that so we can get a shot at potentially jumping back above 44.75. You can see that on the screen, 44.50. So we want to get above that key level, S&P 500, 44.50, and then have a chance for 44.75. Looks like we could see a higher low building right here. All right, so that's what I'm thinking. Okay, so higher low, looking for a push above 44.50. Looking for a push above 44.50. Juniper, nice job there, Grover. Juniper, nice job. Snowflake at the high of the day. SPY coming back a bit more. I see Tiger being mentioned, T-I-G-R, Tiger. Yeah, I'm not interested in these Chinese names. Blackberry. Blackberry looking interesting. Blackberry. Blackberry coming off of the 200-day.
Low ticker at -800.
Okay, now SPY's coming back. Pfizer. Pfizer giving back a little bit at the highs. Tesla giving back some. All right, stocks are reversing now. Whatever else the Fed minutes say. All right, so now all the FANG stocks are getting sold. Just like that. VIX is ripping higher. All right.
Extreme low ticker at
Wow, look at the move here. Futures are selling off. U.S. steel breaking higher, relative strength. Just got popped back down though. All right, S&P 500. All right, big move back. Still above 44.20. All of this over algos. All right, tick cumulative is going green. Tick cumulative is going green there. Let's see. Fast signal, kind of choppy, so no continuation.
low ticker at -800.
We're 10 handles above that 44.20 flip point. All right, 10 handles. I might buy some puts just for protection. VIX is at 1850. Some puts for Friday. Problem is we're likely to reverse. VIX at the highs. Looking for direction after the first 30 minutes, after the minutes. If we just keep selling off. Let's see.
Extreme low tick alert.
VIX VXV. So what's the high so far today? The high 0.84. I was hoping for this to be much higher for a reversal signal. All right, so far this dipped to 0.75 on Friday, predicting a potential pullback to the 50-day. So far it's working to the bears' favor. All right, I don't want to buy puts at the low of the day. Keep an eye on the SPY and the VIX, S&P 500. If we get back up to VWAP and we get rejected again or underneath this price action, I'd probably be interested in some puts. I don't want to buy them at the low of the day. We got the low from yesterday right here. 44.20 is what we need to stay above. They came in and bought yesterday's low, 44.20. So we know that memory from yesterday. Price action memory from yesterday. Tesla giving back 6 points from the high. All right, so had I bought puts at the low of the day, right now I'd be losing money. I'm still thinking that we could bounce pretty hard off of this level, shy of 44.20 from yesterday. That's the gamma flip point. A close below that would be what I'd need to see to get more hedges on. All right, so far I would assume we could see some bear flags here, so don't bite just yet. Bear flags most likely. I was hoping for more of a bounce that would fail instead of just bear flagging and dropping off. One day does not make a trend, although, you know, talking about potential rate hikes, still got algos pretty active. Okay, looking for a bounce. All right, while we're waiting for this, let's keep an eye on what breadth is doing. Let's see what NIMO looks like. NIMO minus 30. Actually, NIMO is better than it was earlier before the Fed. Okay, so breadth is still, you know, it has pulled back. It'll update by the end of the day. VIX is starting to back off. If you're thinking about calls, if this continues to push higher, that would be a good area. Not doing anything right now. No need to try to be cute. At this juncture, let's wait for the markets to settle down, algos to finish whatever it is that they're trying to do right now. A lot of stocks are still near highs of the day, like Nail, Ethereum, DraftKings, Edit, off the best levels of the session, but Edit, at VWAP, Tesla, US Steel, Globe E, Pfizer, pulling back a little bit, but looks good. Looking for a bounce and a follow through now. All right, so still got more new highs than yesterday. Yesterday we dropped below the zero line. Let's see what the 30-minute looks like. All right, trying to push on the 30-minute, still pushing higher. Tick cumulative is green. Fast signal is bouncing around the lows. VIX is pulling back. Looked like institutions were buying the dip this morning. You got Dominic Chu and others talking about leaning into the dip, buying more. S&P still want to be S&P. You still want it to be above 4420. Want to stay above the 21-day, right there in that area. 4420. Below the 4420, I'd get more bearish. Look for the 50-day. Okay, nearly 100 points lower. So I don't trust the bounce here just yet. I want to see this kind of here, kind of action over here where we start to move higher, or what we saw on Friday, on Monday. Monday, better price action, and this was due to dealers too long delta over here. They had to buy. Okay, so I'd love to see this kind of action over here. Get a half dozen candles, then push back above VWAP, and then just start trending into the end of the day. Until it does that, just assume more weakness. Okay, you follow? Most stocks look good. What is this guy saying? Wall Street bringing out the money cannon? What the hell does that mean?
Client wants something at breakfast. By lunch, you're hoping to get back to them a glittering slide deck. When it's a race to bottom to try and make sure that you do everything as quickly as possible, that crazy work hard, that strenuous lifestyle doesn't seem like it'll go away. If you can't solve for that, they're trying to live.
I don't know what this guy's talking about. He's rambling. Okay, VIX still dropping off. So if you bought puts at the low of the day, you can see you'd be underwater right now.
High tickler at plus 800.
All right, stocks are bouncing with the markets. 44.20 bullish above. All right, blocks. So we got any blocks coming in? 441. All right, blocks coming in. 441. No. 443.99. Tesla headed back up to the highs. Most stocks are bouncing. U.S. Steel, no bounce yet, but above VWAP. All right, SPY getting more traction. S&P getting more traction. Let's look at the FANG stocks. Apple bouncing, Facebook, Amazon, Netflix, NVIDIA. NVIDIA earnings out tonight. Our VIX dropping off more, back into the 17 handle. So that's good. Let's see if SPY can get back, S&P can get back above a flat VWAP. Maybe test the high of the day. Now we shook the tree. See what would fall out. Hello, daughter. She just said hi, tick alert. Did you hear that? Playing hooky today. Hanging out in my office. All right, SPY going some more. VIX dropping off. Okay. I know it's hard to, unless you've been doing this for a while, it's very hard to watch price action drop like that on algos. Sometimes it's best to just zoom out and look at the big picture. Like see what a Renko chart looks like, for example. Do I have Renko on here? Yeah, you can do Renko. Let me just go here. Daily and Renko. Okay, so looking at daily Renko. You can see that we're still on bullish candles, bullish bricks. We have no red bricks yet. So the trend is up until we get our first red brick, and then probably corresponding with a move below 44.20. If that were to occur, then I'd be more concerned in the short term as far as flipping from bullish to bearish. Not until then. All right, so we just hit VWAP and got rejected. So we really need to get above VWAP and start trending like we did on Monday. Okay, on Monday we did that very nicely over here. So I'm looking for this kind of action right here, right now. Just keep going, keep going. VIX drop off. I don't think it's going to be that easy. All right, so I see inflation in Canada has reached a 2-decade high, 20-year high. So Trudeau's got that to deal with. In an election year. Watching VWAP like we had over here. First encounter, looking for a follow-through. I'm anticipating that we get rejected. So if I'm thinking about puts, all right, let's say I'm thinking, all right, I want to protect myself. I think we're going to drop below 44.20, retest this and lose it. I'd rather be buying puts here or the high of the day if we don't stop here. If we don't stop here, then look for the next level for rejection. So far, this is looking better for the bulls, as most stocks are responding accordingly. Okay, there goes Tesla, back to the high of the day, getting bought up. Berkshire Hathaway pushing back up to the highs. Snowflake breaking out. Cleveland Cliffs pushing back to the highs. AMD bouncing off the low, pushing higher. FANG stocks. All right, watching for them to continue catching a bid. That looks good. So far, so good. We're back to VWAP. If VIX would drop off crisply, that would be good. All right. We still have a flat VWAP, so unless the algos come in and start buying like crazy, the best I could see is 44.50 and then 44.55 maybe. Right now we're stalling at VWAP. VIX looks like an H pattern on the VIX on a 1-minute chart. All right, S&P is getting rejected at VWAP. All right, VIX starting to bounce. All right, so this is going to be a choppy end of day session. It looks like 236. Got a little over an hour and 24 minutes to go. S&P getting rejected at VWAP. This would be too straightforward, too simple if we were just pop back up above VWAP. Right now we're getting rejected there. All right, some profit taking at least. All right, I'm thinking maybe some SPY puts for Friday at VWAP here if we get rejected. I'm just going to have an open order to buy maybe the 440s. They're pretty cheap for Friday. SPY, I could see 440 if we don't manage to get through here. All right, we bounced back up the VWAP. I'd rather buy puts here than here. The upside maximum now is 44.50 and 44.55. So if I buy puts at this level, I don't have to experience this upward move and loss of premium. Better here or here if we get rejected. So I'm just watching for some puts for Friday, just in case this comes unwind tomorrow. I want to buy it ahead of the event instead of as things turn. I'd like to see more upside, of course. Cleveland Cliffs doing okay. Looking for a follow through tomorrow. All right, just stuck here at VWAP. Futures stuck. Coinciding with VWAP, we also have the daily and weekly point of control right above price here. Just got rejected at the daily and weekly. Tick cumulative is showing they're buying. Our tick cumulative is showing 5 minutes showing they're buying. All right, the 5 minute tick shows buying. This could just be shorts covering in this area. But if tick starts to make higher highs and higher lows, it's on the 5 minute. That could be a nice confirmation. Junk bonds, what are junk bonds doing right now? Junk, JNK. All right, so they're above VWAP, so this is okay. That's a good sign for the S&P. If junk bonds continue to push higher, we'd want to see that as a confirmation, risk on. If they were just fleeing the market in droves, you'd see junk bonds down quite a bit. We're right below the 50-day, but a bullish candle, so a pop back above tomorrow would be a bullish confirmation, or at least a suggestion that we could see more upside on the SPY and the Qs. IWM. All right, that's a good point, Mikey. Let me take a look at this. Let me look at the IBD 50. I was going to look at them before, but I looked at CanSlim instead. IBD 50 for this week. Let me see how they are faring. Okay, you only got 10 stocks red, 40 green. $40 green, 10 red. IBD 50. All right, so this is looking good. Globe GLBE, Upstart Task. All right, so all right, SPY getting rejected again. 40 of the IBD 50 are green on the day, so that's showing relative strength. All right. SPY still hanging out here. Are they just going to close it at VWAP? Just keep it right here? Keep it chopping around? Cleveland Cliffs. All right, Cleveland Cliffs pushing a bit higher. All right, so S&P, we want to see that stay above 44.20. Junk bonds, we want to be back above the 50-day. All right, so flat VWAP, no momentum. If you're hoping for a big move to the upside or downside, so far we're rejected at VWAP. If you're thinking about puts, AMD's off $2.70. Looked promising there for a few minutes, around noon. Tesla's up 27.50. All right, UVXY, good point, Cayman. UVXY watching. Bounce. If you're looking for a hedge, this is another way to do it. If you're looking for a downside move in the S&P, maybe you get something here. Volume has been coming in, UVXY. All right. DraftKings still high today. Still pushing. All right, so we're just chopping things up here. S&P, just chopping things up. UVXY popping back up. Range bound. All right, so there's nothing to do here until we get some sort of direction. Either we drop below 44.20, we test it and bounce, or we reverse and push higher. Right now, flat VWAP suggests that we're just going to chop around this area. Yep. Yeah, that was earlier. Yeah, there's nothing going on here as far as a trade. I'm just watching it for general market action. DraftKings looks like it wants to go again. DKNG. DraftKings continues. Baltimore Ravens being added to their partner roster. Okay, leg down. Looks like next leg up. Looking for at least a couple of days of upside. Tesla looks like it wants to break out. It's already traded its ATR for the day, so anything higher would suggest expansion day in Tesla. Expansion day breakout. It's got a $24 ATR, so this is already an expansion day. I'd love to see an expansion day that gets us back above 700 by tomorrow, hopefully, if not today. Netflix looked pretty good today. Nice looking chart. Netflix. If it can clear this 527 level, we could see 530 quick and then 557 in the next couple of weeks, looks like. Tesla, okay, Pfizer fading from the high of the day. All right, SPY's still fading a bit more. Yeah, UVXY. I need to see. That's just a hedge. I'd be looking for this as a hedge, UVXY. If S&P started to drop below, show signs of dropping below 44.20, I'm seeing volume here, but you know, anyone that's early right now does have the probability that this could roll over too. So you know what's going to happen if S&P drops below 44.20. That's the 21-day zone. We have a doji there for now. We've been up for 19 days straight. We were above over here 18 and 17. 18, 17, and 18 again. Above the 90 MA before testing. At least the 21-day, twice this week. 50 days a possibility. If we drop below 44.20, then I'd be interested in, I would be interested in UVXY. So we can't seem to get above VWAP. All right, so if you bought puts here, you're probably doing okay. All right, now we're starting to show signs of some buying, a higher low. S&P. Yeah, if you try to be cute with these all these gyrations, you know, some of you probably adept at trading these, but if you're a swing trader or someone that's really not that skilled with trading all this kind of chop, just look at 44.20. Keep an eye on 44.20. If that goes, then you want to get bearish. Pretty straightforward. If we stay above 44.20, you want to buy, look for the dip to get bought. You don't necessarily have to buy the dip, but look for the dip to get bought. This confirms that 44.20 most likely will stay as the flip point and support. So I'm just looking for confirmation signals right now. We got tick cumulative green, and we got 2-to-1 up volume on the NASDAQ. 2-to-1 up volume on the NASDAQ. Yesterday we had down volume. They appear to be buying the dip. Up volume is leading. Flat VWAP. Flat VWAP suggests going nowhere. Okay, as much as we would like to see some momentum, it's not happening with a flat VWAP. Unless in the next hour and 2 minutes, hour and 1 minute, or let's just say an hour, next hour they can manage to push this above VWAP and starts rallying better than what we're seeing right now. We're just flat VWAP, we're just chopping around here. We also have crude oil steady at this area, which is has a bullish correlation to the equity market. So any move higher in crude oil would be bullish. Any move lower would be a drag on the S&P. Just assume that this flat VWAP is going to play out, and then we're not going to go anywhere. U.S. steel, we're looking for the steel stocks to follow through at least another day. Okay, at least another day with these. U.S. steel breaking out, 52-week highs. We got nice breakout on U.S. steel. Big cup. Nice. U.S. steel looks good. Okay. No follow through on S&P. Looks like the right side of a cup building.
Low tick alert minus 800.
All right, low tick alert. All right. All right, VIX moving higher. All right, so that's going to put some pressure on some of these stocks as well. Had good days. Breakout on the steel stocks, U.S. steel.
Coming up after the close today, earnings from HOOD, Robinhood, CSCO, Cisco,
Hood, Robinhood with earnings tonight.
Eastside Technologies, NVDA, NVIDIA, LBL Brands, SNPS Synopsys, VSCO, Victoria's Secret.
What's Robinhood look like going into earnings? Yeah. You know, being we're hanging out at the 21 day and VIX is being as threatening as it is, that it's going to shoot up to 20, 25, whatever. You know, this rejection at VWAP was a good place to buy puts if you bought them. All right, starting to drop off now. VIX starting to push higher. Want to stay above 44.20, folks. Watch UVXY. If this starts to look like it's going to close near 44.20 and threat that tomorrow could be another down day, maybe buy a little bit of UVXY or something like that. I wouldn't put the whole portfolio on it, but certainly looking better. UVXY. It's holding near 25, UVXY. We have an accommodative Fed. Yeah, they might raise rates, but everybody knows they're going to raise rates. Next thing will be how much are they going to raise? It's going to be a quarter, a half a point, probably be a quarter. I'm assuming it's going to be at the end of this year, not the beginning of 2022. All right, we got 55 minutes to go for the regular session. Yeah. All right. The one thing that was concerning to me, adding to the bearish indicators, we had VIX, VXV, and also the cumulative readings here on the New York Stock Exchange breadth. Okay, so we'll see. This is probably going to be moving lower again today. At the end of the day, this is the end of day chart. Okay, advanced decline of all stocks traded on the New York Stock Exchange, over 2,700 stocks. Looking for this to turn back up. This was rising with price, breaking a downtrend until yesterday. So that's the other bearish indicator that I had. But all the other indicators trump this for now. The other thing is you're at the highs, right? You're at the highs. You're at the highs. We had this big range coming down and testing it again, 6,200. We're trading 62.33, coming back to test the breakout zone. Momentum has shifted, so we could come back to the 50-day, in which case UVXY would probably be a good hedge, one hedge of many. think of it as car insurance. You know, you don't want to use your car insurance, so if you're okay with the premium evaporating, maybe buy premium, maybe buy options instead of shares. That way, if you get a pop, you know, you get more out of it, and you don't really waste that much of your free cash. Price action just feels lethargic. We hit the highs. We're within 1% of the all-time highs. At present. All right. You know, just a little bit over 1% from the high right now, with the possibility of a move back to 43.50. 43.50 would be a 3% drawdown. Okay, that, I mean, if you can't handle 3%, you probably have too much risk.
Low ticker at minus 800.
All right, so just keep an eye on it. Right now we're bouncing again, VWAP overhead. We've got defense briefing on Afghanistan.
FGEN, Fibergen and Astellas Pharma get European Commission approval of Benrenzo for the treatment of anemia of chronic kidney disease. That's Foxtrot Golf Echo November, FGEN, Fibergen. Fibergen shares spiking to $12.71 at the high. That's Foxtrot Golf Echo November.
All right, so patience, boredom, pull over to the side of the road. Look, you need to be patient. And when the markets are doing what they're doing, just buy some insurance, UVXY or put or whatever. It'll help you sleep at night. If it does pull back, great. You have a payday. Look for a bounce. The most I see is a 3% drawdown to 43.50. All right, so that wouldn't be that bad. And it would give us a nice setup going into the end of September into October. The fourth quarter generally is a better quarter anyway. Okay, so 50-day would be about 618. Actually, you know what? Let me pull these over here and put that like. Add all right, so no traction today, but staying above 44.20. So far, so good. All right, that's that. %3. So that wouldn't be so bad if that were to happen. Just in case that does happen. Three. All right, so that's that there. All right. All right, I just want to mark this up so I have a copy of my thoughts. So $100,000 portfolio, you're talking $3,000, right? Looking for, so put some hedges in. If you had a balanced portfolio with bonds, you're probably talking close to maybe 1.5%, because as the markets pull back, most likely bonds will move higher. So that's the nice thing about having, and as the bonds start to move lower, you know, as SPY moves higher, bonds moving lower, at the end of the month you're getting dividends, so you can reinvest those dividends and you have a bigger position. And your portfolio just keeps building, right? So anyway, I don't know if that made any sense, but I'm not that worried about the markets right now. We get below 44.20, that's a different story.
MARK Remark tweeting, aiding day, nighttime boat tracking for our Remark AI security platform. That's Michael Alpha Romeo Kilo.
All right, starting to bounce around.
VSCO Victoria's Secret December 90 call sweep. Company reporting after the close today. Victor Sandy Charlie Oscar.
All right, VIX moving a bit higher. All right, so we're fading a little, fading a little bit more to the low of the day. All right, and we got what, 35 minutes to go. Tick cumulative still showing, tick still dropping. All right, just sitting here watching the markets. All right, VIX moving a bit higher now. All right, creeping higher.
Low tick alert minus 800.
futures, the drop accelerating now, 44.22. Now the
Extreme
futures
low
at the
tickle.
lows of the
All right,
day.
we're dropping off pretty hard now. All right, so dropping hard. 30 minutes to go. If you did buy UVXY and or SPY puts, you are looking at a profit. VIX still going. We're dropping pretty hard here. VIX is still going.
Low tickle at -800.
All right, nice little drop there.
Is not close to where we want to be in evacuating Americans and Afghan allies from Kabul airport.
All right, I don't know if algos are tuning into this press conference with the Defense Department or not. It seems like that was one of the things that people are concerned about. Will the Taliban do the things that they said they'll do? You know, give access to the airport. You know, the thing that kept in the back of my mind, I don't really want to say it out loud, but, you know, flying military aircraft over the Taliban into the perimeter that they have into the airport presents some logistical problems, if you know what I mean. You don't want to get helicopters shot down. That would be a disaster. I was wondering about that. I mean, you know, you get these big C-111s trying to take off. All right, VIX continues to ramp higher. All right, so we're getting that spike in VIX that we were looking for. All right, so a lot of stocks are still hanging out pretty good. I mean, all things considered, you know, many of these stocks are still doing well, you know, like Netflix and ARK-K, Nail, while it's off the highs of the session. DraftKings looks good. Tesla, US Steel, Cleveland Cliff, Globe E. I mean, all of these look pretty decent. VIX is still pushing higher. Okay, so 44.20, where are we right now? Where are we right now?
S&P futures
All right, so we're coming down and testing 44.20. If we lose 44.20, that would be, watch 44.20.
$1 billion on the sell side.
Low tickle at -800.
If we close down here, I'll probably be buying some put exposure tomorrow. All right, 4420 is in play right here, folks. Watch 4420. All right, we're below 4420. All right, gamma flips. Gamma flips to negative, folks, below here. So you know that the institutions, dealers will have to sell. Dealers will have to sell. All right, VIX at the highs. VIX at 1940. All right, let's take a look at VIX VXV real quick. We're getting up there, getting close to an area where we would see a reversal usually. VIX VXV, but not quite there yet. All right, so we're at the high of the day is 0.85. So we got a ways to go. We could see more strength in the VIX into tomorrow, maybe a spike into the next couple of days. Looks like more weakness. More weakness. 4420. Remember, this is only about a 3% pullback to the 50-day. So take a deep breath, hedge. If the hedge expires worthless, at least you have a hedge. You can sleep at night. All right, 3%, even 5%, overshoot of the 50-day would set up a bullish trade into the fourth quarter. Okay, any bounce now? Any bounce that fails, I would think about puts. Any bounce that fails, I would think about puts. Earlier, I told you that the SPY bouncing up to VWAP was a good area to buy puts. You probably could take some off right here. This bounce up to VWAP, that's where I'd want to buy puts, not here at the low of the day or here at the low of the day. I'd look for another bounce. We got enough time for a bounce that could fail. Watch VIX. So UVXY. All right, UVXY, we mentioned that. UVXY is starting to rip higher. The 25s were pretty cheap. Pushes higher. All right, so you should be positioned fairly well. Most of the stocks that are bullish still look bullish. UVXY still going.
CCL, Carnival, the weekly $23 call sweep, 1,300 contracts on Charlie Lima. HOOD, Robinhood, ahead of their earnings, the weekly $52 call sweep, currently at about $50 now. That's Hotel Oscar, Oscar Delta, Robinhood. Earnings coming up today after the close. Hotel Oscar, Oscar Delta.
All right.
Market on close and balance now $1.2 billion on the sell side.
All right, nice reversal there, starting to change direction here. Can we find support? Looks like we're going to find support here. All right, so support at 44.20, 44.20. Watch how SPY trades here. All right, VIX starting to turn back and return to earth. All right, I want to see a close below 44.20 to get more bearish. All right, need to see a close below. Yesterday it was defended, so pretty good. Defended 2 days in a row. Major gamma level here. All right, so we would need to close down here like in a big way. Lots of volume, massive loss of 44.20 for me to get worried, if you will. Not even worried. More prepared for a downside move. That's all I'd be looking for.
Coming up after the close today, earnings from NVDA, NVIDIA, CSCO, Cisco, HOOD, Robinhood Markets, KEYS, Keysight Technologies, LBL Brands, S&PS.
It'd be very interesting to see how NVIDIA trades today.
RRGB, Red Robin, Gourmet Burgers, YY, Joy, reporting after the close.
Low ticker at -800.
Another low tick.
Extreme low ticker at
All right, here we go again. VIX. All right, so we're bouncing around right now at 44.20. UVXY continuation. All right, so we're right there right now. All right, they're selling more. Okay, they're selling more. Definitely selling more. All right, let's see if they bounce it. Let's see if they bounce it. They just overshot it a little bit. Let's see if they take the stops out and reverse it. All right, market on close 1 billion to sell. Market on close 1 billion to sell. UVXY still go. All right, we're dropping off more. All right, UVXY going. All right, let them flush it out. All right, we're going to drop below 44.20. That's your level. That's your level. So we're losing it 44.20. Buy some UVXY. Buy some puts.
low ticker at -800.
All right, UVXY doing well. All right, it's going for the move here. UVXY. All right, VIX, nice spike. All right. UVXY on the move. Big move there. Okay, SPY dropping off pretty hard. Hopefully you have some hedges on if you're seeing this drop off. This is unusual in terms of the selling. We don't normally see selling at the end of the day. Haven't seen one of these days in a while after the Fed minutes. Tesla's still holding up very good. All right, VIX is really ripping now.
Minus 800.
Market on close in balance now, $3.8 billion on the sell side.
$3.8 billion to sell. All right, UVXY on the move, UVXY. So if you bought some UVXY, you're probably breathing okay right here. All right, so note UVXY usually only lasts for a couple of days. All right, so at the 50-day, maybe this time's a little bit more scary with VIX running up to the 20s. Maybe we get a pop to 30. If you get a pop to 30, I would be selling into that most likely. Let's see what the other hedges like SPXU look like. All right, SPXU, SQQQ. Okay, SDOW. All right, so all of those look good. All right, so
Low ticker at minus 800.
All right, let's look at S&P equal weight index. Let's see what it is that's all right, so we got two black crows that are obviously red, but two black crows looking for a third black crow, which would bring us back into this range. And the 50-day test. 50-day has an upward slope. 50-day has an upward slope. So while I'm long-term, intermediate-term bullish, short-term, obviously, you should be hedging. That's going to help cushion everything. If you've got a balanced portfolio, equities, say 40% bonds and fixed assets 40%, and the rest 20% you got in alternative assets like real estate, REITs that pay dividends, and cash, you're going to be fine. You'll be fine. 3% pullback is all I'm anticipating for now. UVXY working really well. Continues to ramp higher. All right, that's looking really good. It's still only Wednesday. We got tomorrow and Friday. So there's still time to position.
Low ticker at -800.
All right, so we took out 4420 like it wasn't even there. Jeez. Wow. Pretty impressive. All right, so there you go. There you go. So now we're going to test the 50-day. That seems pretty obvious. Sometimes the obvious can be a problem too. You don't want to go too big. You just want to hedge your positions right now. Hopefully over the last couple of weeks you've been listening to me. I've been constantly saying I want to take more exposure off. I want fewer positions open. I want to have less risk. Smaller target on my back. The longer term portfolio I could sell premium around, so that's fine. All right, most of these look okay. VIX still going. All right, so the good thing is that VIX is reaching a level now where it's starting to get back to resistance. Get back.
S&P futures falling below the
All right, so there you go. Starting to spike nicely here. What's the high? High of the day, 0.88 so far. 0.89 was yesterday. 0.89 was yesterday. So we got a really nice spike in VIX now. So they'll be selling premium up here. Once VIX gets up there, market makers and institutions, they'll be selling premium.
Low ticker at -800.
Yeah, this is a pretty nasty sell-off. Dealers will be selling.
seconds to the U.S. market close.
Please delete the bears, guys. I know you're, expressing your opinion. Appreciate that, but it is distracting. We do have some people trading into the close. Futures dropping off sharply. The UVXY doing well. All right, UVXY exploding here. UVXY exploding. Nice move on UVXY. Thank you. Um,
FEIM, frequency electronics for offshore Echo India Michael.
VIX is still going.
Family of next generation atomic clocks. That's Foxtrot Echo India Michael.
It always, unless you've been doing this for a while, I'm not speaking to everyone in the trading room, but it always feels unsettling when the market, unless you're Russell, of course. Russell loves these days. You know, it feels unsettling at first. Then, you know, your mind clears, and then a couple of days go by, and then you realize that it's not the end of the world. Even if it is the end of the world, if you took UVXY, SPXU, SQQQ, or SDOW, or some hedge, you're probably cushioned for the downside right now. So, you know, you'll be able to sleep at night. As far as 401ks and IRAs, this is just normal. You know, we got to go through this. September, Q on Q.
Waiting for those numbers.
Okay, so it bears repeating. Most of you realize that we'd probably see a negative return for these 2 weeks leading into September, August 16th through into September 1st. So you shouldn't be surprised. I've been talking about this, and you're probably tired of me hearing me talk about it. But you know, you should be positioned properly, I would think. If you're not, there's always tomorrow. You know, any bounce that fails tomorrow, I'll be doing again the same thing. I would be buying UVXY and some puts. If you're swinging some puts, good for you. If you have some long exposure, you know, you can take some off after hours or tomorrow. I don't think there's any big rush to the exits here. We've been anticipating this for a while. So after hours, we're off 35 cents. Intraday, we were off $4.74 on SPY, 1%. That's more than we anticipated. Thought that 44.20 would hold. It did not. That was the level that if we lost 44.20, that's the area where you wanted to start buying. Where you wanted to start buying exposure to a bearish move or a hedge, and you should be fine. All right. So hopefully, you know, hopefully you've prepared yourself. and you were listening. I don't just talk just to talk. I know sometimes I just go on and you probably ignore what I say, but for the most part, I'm trying to give you a heads up. 44.20, we knew about that already. It's not like that was something new today.
Robinhood, HOOD,
Most stocks will probably pull back
reporting revenue
a
of
little bit.
565 million.
Robinhood is reporting.
The estimate was $521 million for Robinhood, Hotel Oscar, Oscar Delta. CSCO Cisco reported 84 cents. The estimate was 82 cents for Charlie Sandy, Charlie Oscar.
Cisco down after hours.
Beat for Charlie Sandy,
Robinhood.
Charlie Oscar, Cisco.
Robinhood is flat to slightly lower.
61 to 66 cents. That's Charlie Sandy, Charlie Oscar. Shares of Cisco dropping here 53.27 at the low, where Charlie Sandy, Charlie Oscar. Shares of Robinhood. Robinhood pulling back now 48.30. Hotel Oscar, Oscar Delta. KEYS, Keysight Technologies, reporting $1.54. The estimate $1.44. Revenue of 1.25 billion. That's below the correction on that. A revenue of 1.25 billion is above the 1.22 billion dollar estimate, so that's a beat on earnings and on revenue for Kilo Echo Yankee Sandy. SNPS Synopsys reporting $1.27, $1.81 adjusted. The estimate was $1.78. That's a beat. Revenue of 1.057 billion. That's a beat for Synopsys. Sandy November Papa Sandy. Robinhood, HOOD. Robinhood says we report a one-time cumulative charge of $1 billion in stock-based compensation for restricted stock units related to our IPO in Q3.
All right.
That's Hotel Oscar.
Second quarter loss, 502 million. Wow.
WDAY, Workday announced entry into U.S. federal market. Whiskey Delta Alpha Yankee. RRGB, Red Robin Gourmet Burgers, reported a loss of 32 cents on revenue of $277 million. Revenue coming in below estimate for Romeo Golf Bravo. Robinhood reported a loss of $2.16. The estimate was a loss of 15 cents for Robinhood. I'm not sure if that's comparable. Shares Robinhood now at 49.
All right, UVXY. Wow, that was a pretty fast move, UVXY.
Now down 30 cents.
Wow.
Down $1.30 correction on that. Following their report, that's Hotel Oscar, Oscar Delta. CSCO Cisco sees full year 2022 non-GAAP earnings per share of $3.38 to $3.45. Charlie Sandy, Charlie Oscar.
Robinhood. After hours, watching. Cleveland Cliff. Globe E. Globe E held up pretty good. U.S. Steel held up very well. Tesla held up very well. Other than the indices pulling back a little bit, individual stocks didn't look that bad. Some of them pulled back more than others. ARK K was higher this morning. It's off 5 cents on the day now.
IN, Grindrod Shipping reported revenue of $159.4 million.
Berkshire Hathaway sold $2.74. All right, look for that to push higher maybe. We got Thursday and Friday, so we get 2 days left in the week. Ethereum, that had pushed higher this morning, pulled back. All right, VIX continues to push higher. VIX continues to push higher after hours. VIX is still on the move. UVXY is still on the move.
The estimate was $1.15. For Julia Bravo Sandy. Sales of 206.7 million is ahead the $198.2 million estimate, so short on earnings, beating on revenue for Julia Bravo Sandy.
All right, so, let's see UVXY. All right, that continues to ramp higher. So right around 25 was where it looked like it would be a good buy, and then just took off. The general was speaking about the Taliban and how they're going to deal with the Taliban issues. I wouldn't want to be in his shoes.
Business combination with Archer Aviation. That's Alpha Charlie, India Charlie.
VIX is still moving higher.
Biden administration will require nursing home staff to be vaccinated against COVID-19 as a condition of receiving Medicare and Medicaid funding. That from the White House.
All right, I'm out of here, folks. Have a great evening. Take care, Rob. Take care, Ali, if you're still listening. Brian. Everyone in the main trading room. Take care. We'll see you tomorrow.
PRTK, Paratech Pharmaceuticals, now out with a press release.
A good time to talk about the risk disclaimer. What I was trying to position people into thinking about was hedging. That helps any kind of pullback. If you're completely long and your entire portfolio is in options, you got some trouble to deal with. However, if you got a mix of stocks and bonds and options and you have some hedges, you'll be fine. So you need to have a plan. My plan was if we lost 44.20, I would look at UVXY, and I can always buy UVXY after hours.
That is from an 8K filing from the company. Golf Romeo Tango X-ray.
All right, after hours. All right, so anyway, I want to just tell you that everything will be fine. You know, we're looking at a 3% pullback in the markets. That's not the end of the world. To some it might be, I guess, but should be fine. We should get a bounce. Let's see, let me just pull something up here. Spider. All right, folks. Have a great evening. We'll talk to you tomorrow.